azcentral.com. Thanks so much for joining our first ever 2-hour live presidential broadcast from the AZ Central studios. We're so excited that you've joined us. We have so much for you tonight. We are going to be bringing results to you on when the states are called in the presidential race, as well as the electoral vote count as Clinton and Trump try to get past 270. We have results in the Maricopa County Sheriff's race, in the Senate race, and many more. And polls are closed in Arizona. We'll be getting those local results starting at 8 p.m. We'll be broadcasting through the 9 p.m. hour. And also, the states that are already projected are mostly the non-competitive ones, but we've got Trump projected to pick up wins in Alabama, Indiana, Kentucky, West Virginia, Oklahoma, South Carolina, and Tennessee. Clinton is the projected winner. Again, no surprises here. Vermont, Massachusetts, Washington, D.C., Maryland, Delaware, and New Jersey. We'll also have live feeds from the candidates' parties in New York. And if you have questions for our guests, you can tweet us at AZ Central or comment on our Facebook Live. Plus, Steve Benson, our Pulitzer Prize winning cartoonist, is here to draw live for us. Steve, can you wave hi to the audience?
Hello, Trump. You big clown. Oh, excuse me. I'm Hillary.
All right.
Got those eyebrows.
All right, so we'll be having him drawing all kinds of cartoons for us tonight. It'll be really fun. Clinton and Trump campaigned hard here in Arizona, especially in the last few weeks. We talked to some of their supporters today. Here's what they had to say.
Rebecca, I'm in your ear. I'll let you know when we're counting down on this package. So got me, give me a thumbs up. One minute left.
The pressure taken off them, and they feel safe, as simple as going to the mall or things like that. So we're excited about the opportunities and the vision Donald Trump has.
And if Donald Trump isn't as successful as you would hope tonight, what do you think that means for the country?
Well, if you look at Hillary Clinton's past, you've got 30 years of selfish, kind of self-building type of politics. In a sense, it's been about her. We'll see more and more of that. I think it'll be consistent. But the other thing is, it's sad because I think America deserves the greatest leadership and the greatest vision. And so, if Hillary Clinton's there, then we have to make sure we maintain the House and the Senate, and we do everything we possibly can to make sure that the people win ultimately. And I think it'll be more difficult with a President Hillary Clinton. And so, again, we're pulling for Donald Trump then.
Now, that was our Trump supporter. We also talked to Congressman Ruben Gallego, who's supporting Hillary Clinton.
Reporter Richard Rellis here with Congressman Ruben Gallego on election eve. You're a Clinton surrogate.
Yeah.
What made Arizona a swing state this cycle?
A couple of things. Demographically, the state was moving our way. We had younger people moving in. We had Latinos becoming a bigger part of the population. They're more Democratic leaning. You had places like Tempe, Phoenix, Tucson becoming more urbanized. So a lot of more people are, Democratic voters that way. However, the big change happened in January when it looked like Donald Trump was going to win. Donald Trump also turns off a big core of moderate Republicans and moderate independents that were never going to vote for him, and that combination is what made us a swing state.
Yeah, because I think it's a surprise for a lot of people that Arizona is a swing state. Was there a moment in the campaign when you thought Arizona could be in play?
I think for me it was when Donald Trump definitely won the Republican primary. I have a lot of Republican friends here in Arizona. They're moderate to conservative. And just to see how they reacted to his rhetoric and even to his ideology, I just knew that was going to be representative of a lot of people, and it was going to make this place more competitive.
With Congressman Ruben Gallego, I'm Richard Rellis in downtown Phoenix on election night. Back to you.
Some election activists were frustrated about lines at the polls, and so they had some things to say about it.
So after having 4 years to prepare for a presidential election, it wasn't a surprise election, wasn't a special election, it was a presidential election. 4 years to prepare. Within 90 minutes, we had violation of people's right to vote. Within 90 minutes. What does that look like in the polls? Machines not working. 3 machines being in a polling place, 1 working, 1 not printing, and the 3rd one not working. People having to wait. After Helen Purcell set a goal of 30 minutes, people having to wait 45 minutes to an hour and then leaving to go back to work. We call that voter suppression. Voter suppression does not require intent, it requires outcome. When you're in charge of a process by which when people start to engage to exercise a fundamental right to vote and they're denied that right to vote, that's voter suppression. That's happening. And the precincts we're looking at are not all the precincts, they're predominantly Latino precincts. So at a time we've had historic voter registration, historic early voting, and now hopefully historic engagement on election day, we have voter suppression take place because of the incompetency of Helen Purcell. So we're here there's a remedy to this, right? We're not gonna be able to do the whole day over, but she has the power to extend in those particular voting places 1 hour, voting this evening to make up for the inconvenience that happened this morning to voters. And if she doesn't act, we're giving her to 12 o'clock noon to issue a statement to apologize to the voters, to Latino voters and other voters who tried to exercise their right to vote this morning and were denied. We want an apology for that because she had 4 years to prepare. And if she doesn't give us that, plus extend the voting time by an hour this afternoon, we're going to go to the Department of Justice. So now, as a county recorder, your job is not just to watch and observe elections. Your job is to act. You act when the voters' right to vote has been infringed upon, when there's been some sort of suppression. And so after 4 years, you would think the stuff would have been worked out, the kinks in the machines would have been worked out, but it didn't happen. So with that, again, we're calling for her to extend by 1 hour those particular polling places that had problems this morning, where lines were in excess of 45 minutes to an hour. And we're calling on the Department of Justice to also intervene if she does not take action by 12 noon.
Now, with all the talk of voter intimidation in this election, some critics of Sheriff Arpaio, who's a big Trump supporter, were skeptical that his deputies would be the ones that were in charge of voter protection. But we talked to him and he said he would go after anyone, Clinton supporter or Trump supporter, who violated the rules.
We're equal opportunity law enforcement agency. We arrest everybody that violates the law. And I just hope, and I just got a gut feeling, being around so long, that this will go very smoothly. There's a lot of hype. I don't want to blame the media, but they report what other people say. So we just have to, everybody has to work together and be on alert in case there is a problem. And sometimes be proactive. If you think there's going to be a problem, we should look into that before that problem occurs. And between now and the voting day, might get some phone calls. People may have intelligence, may have information about something that may occur, and we or other agencies should look into that and not just take it for granted. Oh, just some kook is making a phone call. I don't take anything for granted. We're not just out there stationary. We're moving around. But you have some people may say it's minor, but they're violations of the voting laws. For example, 75 feet, you have to be away from the building. We don't allow people to go closer to the building. So we will enforce that. We will respond. We will be nice. We hope that the person or persons doing that will be nice. But if they're not nice and they don't move on, they'll probably go to jail.
Now, let's go to some results. As we said, polls are closed in Arizona, but results have not yet been reported, and so we will get those at 8 p.m. But we do have the presidential race coming through. And a note about North Carolina, which seems to be a big state to watch for tonight. There were some technical glitches there, and so we expect that they have kept their polls open an extra 30 minutes, meaning that we may, or I think an extra hour, so we may see results from that from that state a little bit later. Oh boy, look at that Steve Benson cartoon. Wow. All right. Are you going to start a new one? Okay.
Oh, you guys are demanding.
Take your time. Oh, here's a Sheriff Arpaio. You're going to continue on.
One clown to another.
I love it. And also remember that you can ask us questions on social media, and our guests will answer them. And so you can tweet us at azcentral or comment on our Facebook Live. And here to talk about how voting went today and also races to watch are our illustrious reporters from the Arizona Republic. We've got Ron Hansen, Congressional reporter, Jessica Beam, community reporter, and Mary Jo Pitzel, who covers the legislature. Thank you for being here. Let's talk about how voting went. We did hear from Randy Perez that there were some concerns. Mary Jo, tell us, how does today compare to how the election in March went, and what we saw in terms of trouble or smoothness for the election day?
Well, election day was no match for the presidential preference election back in March. There were interminably long lines that stretched on, in some cases, up till midnight. Today, it got off to a rough start at many polling places in Maricopa County. We heard problems with polls that didn't open in time, with e-poll books that didn't work, machines that were broken, and then you layer on the normal voter confusion. Am I in the right place? You know, did I bring all the right ID? Why do I have to cast a provisional ballot? With the machines being slow and or broken, some poll workers were telling people to cast provisional ballots, and election advocates that were out there were saying, don't do it. Don't. You know, there's a great distrust of provisional ballots, perhaps unwarranted, but they advise these folks to wait it out and until the machines got fixed, and apparently many did. However, others did go away, hoping to maybe come back later in the day. We also saw some problems with long lines down in Cochise County in southeastern Arizona. They moved to voting centers, so from 64 polls countywide to, I believe it's 18. That resulted in long lines in Bisbee, Sierra Vista, and Douglas, the population centers in that county. Lines, you know, approaching 2 to 3 hours.
And one of the advantages of those vote centers is you can vote anywhere in the county, but one of the disadvantages is you have to wait for your ballot to be printed right there.
And in a heavily rural county like Cochise, when you used to have a polling place in your teeny-weeny little community, that isn't there anymore. And now you got to get in your car and you got to make a drive up to the big city of Bisbee. And I heard the county recorder there told me there were cars 100 deep lined up at the one voting center in Bisbee.
Wow. Ron, tell us, or Jessica, let's go to you next.
All right.
You were out at a polling place on the Salt River Pima Maricopa Reservation. What did you see there?
You know, it was really neat. I wasn't expecting this, but there was actually a native vote rally. They had put up white tents and they were giving out T-shirts to all of the community members who came out that said, my ancestors couldn't vote, but I can. And all of the folks that I spoke to there were really passionate about voting in this election. And as we know, Native Americans have, you know, notoriously low turnout. And the folks that I spoke to had been working for almost a year, phone banking and going door to door, and it was a bipartisan measure just trying to increase the Native vote. So it was really heartwarming. There were donuts and burritos and everything you could possibly want, and it seemed like everybody was really enjoying this moment.
Sounds like such an Arizona thing.
And it was great with all of the like heated discussions you see everywhere throughout this election cycle. It was really wonderful to see something so, you know, community-based going on.
That's great.
Absolutely.
Ron, even though Election Day was so busy, we actually get most of our votes in before Election Day with early ballots. What do we know so far about the early ballots?
Right now, as best we can tell, folks who crunch the numbers and look at these kinds of issues closely, it looks like maybe 60% or more of the ballots that are going to be cast have already been sent into the recorder's offices around the state. So if you thought today was bad, remember it could easily have been worse. So we had roughly 60% of the ballots already in via early balloting. On that, we've seen turnout that is on the order of maybe 40% Republicans, 34% Democrats, the rest for others, libertarian or other parties and such. Women seem to be up in terms of their numbers, their presence in the balloting so far, for whatever that's worth. And, Maricopa County, for example, had 1 million ballots already received. That should help lighten the load. One other thing to distinguish
I think
between...
1.6 million statewide is...
yeah, it's like 1.6, 1.7 million statewide. The other thing, though, to bear in mind is that in March there were like 60 precincts open in Maricopa County. Today there are 700 plus. So just the scale of what is out there for voters who are trying to cast their ballot today, it should be slightly less congested.
And also, in some states, we've heard talk that the early vote maybe is showing more Latinos participating than in the past, more Democrats. Is that correct? Are we seeing that in Arizona as well, or is it too hard to tell?
No, as far as we can tell, it looks like, just on an anecdotal basis, that there's been a higher turnout among Hispanic areas. There has been a higher turnout among Democrats, again, in fairly broad terms. It's not the sort of thing that I would necessarily say, aha, that means it's a good night for Clinton. And, you can only vote once. So if you vote early or if you vote on Election Day, you only vote once. So we don't know if these are new voters or if they are people who are just changing the way they vote. But they've always been voting. So that's sort of part of the suspense that we'll be looking at after this is all done.
So feel free to ask.
Also, let's just go to the races that you guys are covering. There are some big campaigns tonight. Mary Jo, will you tell us about the legislative races that you are following?
Sure. So all 90 seats in the legislature are up, as they are every 2 years. And all the focus this year is on the state Senate. And that's because the Democrats think that they've got, a fair to Midland to really good shot at either nodding it up at 15 and 15 or even taking control. It all hinges on 4 key races. If the Democrats run the table and win all 4 of those, we could have a Democratic-run Senate for the first time since the early 90s, or if they tie it up at 15-15, that'd be the first time in 15 years. So as those results come in, we'll be watching. I don't expect anything definitive, though, until later in the week.
So is there a reason that we're only seeing a few big races for legislature? Is that because we don't have very competitive districts?
It's the nature of the way the districts are drawn. In Arizona, after the last redistricting, it was agreed that they probably had maybe 3 to 4 competitive districts. That changes as time goes on and the demographic trends, start to kick in. And frankly, to have 4 being competitive is, that's pretty exciting for Arizona. That will also have some ripple effects, most likely down in a couple of House races as well, but is unlikely to tip the balance of power in that chamber.
Let's go to you, Ron. Can you tell us about the races that you're watching? It sounds like Congress and Senate have some pretty exciting campaigns.
Yeah, in the congressional races in Arizona, we have 9 congressional seats. Of those, back to the competitive issue, we have 2 that are expected to be at least somewhat competitive this cycle, especially the 1st district. This is the northeastern rural district that is currently held by Ann Kirkpatrick, and she is running in the Senate. Tom O'Halloran is the Democratic nominee, and he's running against Pinal County Sheriff Babu. And at this point, it's expected that O'Halloran will win the race, though it's going to be tight. And that's one to watch. If Democrats are able to hold that suggests a pretty good night for them. In the 2nd district, this is the southeastern Arizona congressional district.
It includes Tucson,
That's
Cochise
right.
County, Sierra Vista.
That's right. This is the seat that's currently held by Martha McSally. She is running against Matt Hines, a former state legislator, and she is expected to win this race. She was really aggressive about fundraising throughout the campaign cycle, and she's expected to win, though this is one where Democratic turnout in the early balloting was very heavy. But it remains to be seen whether that's a different pattern than what we've seen previously, because McSally is expected to win, and Democrats may just run out of votes when we get to the votes that were cast today.
And she seems to have become this Republican rising star who's trying to stay fairly in the middle. It seems like the party is wanting to keep her in that seat and then move her higher potentially.
That's right. She's gotten a lot of party support in various ways. She got a little bit of financial support, but again, she was so strong on her own financially that she really didn't need a ton of resources. And this race, frankly, was not expected to be especially competitive this cycle. So Republicans, in a year where they're really on defense around the country, they've put their resources where it makes more sense. With that in mind, it's remarkable that Sheriff Paul Babiou, in the 1st District, has gotten really no support in terms of financial support from national Republicans and such. He's gotten a little bit of outside money from conservative groups, but Republicans didn't invest in that race, which is quite unlike what they've done in previous cycles. And so at this point, the current state of play in Arizona's congressional map looks like, coming out of it, if O'Halloran wins as expected, if McSally wins as expected, and with Andy Biggs replacing Matt Salmon in the 5th District, we'll have no change. It will be still a net 5 Democrats and 4 Republicans.
Other way, isn't it the 5 Republicans and 4 Democrats?
Nope, it's
okay.
5 Democrats, 4 Republicans.
See, I've been off the beat for a couple of months, and I already forget all the numbers. Just a note to our viewers that we do not get Arizona results until 8 p.m. And so if you are waiting for, let's say, Sheriff Arpaio or John McCain or other big figures, we will be bringing that to you in just a little while, but we don't have them yet. So we do have the presidential results coming in live as they're added. So we see Clinton with 97 electoral votes and Trump with 129, although that's with a lot of states that we already knew were going to go for one or the other. Most of the swing states have not been called yet. Let's go to our last races, the municipal races. Jessica, what are the big, there's about 3 or 4 big ones that we're keeping track of. Tell us about those.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there are really interesting races going on across the valley, and I encourage you all to keep track of your city and school board races as the night unfolds. But really, there are 3 big races we're watching tonight, the first of which is the Scottsdale mayor's race, which has been unusually heated and very deeply personal for these candidates. We have current Mayor Jim Lane, who is hoping to serve his 3rd term, but he's being challenged by former council member Bob Littlefield. And, they have very different visions of what they want to see the future of Scottsdale look like. And one of those differences comes with the very controversial Desert Discovery Center project, which would be at the base of the McDowell Mountains. Jim Lane has cautiously supported it, has allowed money to be spent for the planning of it, but Bob Littlefield very against it. So in some ways, this race could determine the future of that project as well.
This has gotten really heated. I mean, there have been epithets thrown.
Things like the Great Satan and Baghdad Bob just thrown around, which is something you don't always see in municipal races, or you hope not.
Seems like maybe that's just the tenor of this year.
Exactly.
Across races, not just
in
the
some ways it
presidential.
seems like Scottsdale's kind of a microcosm for what has been going on across the country. So hopefully there will be some resolution, and it kind of shows that there may be some divide within the city that whoever wins will need to resolve.
What about other races that you're watching?
We are watching a potential sales tax hike in Mesa, going from 1.75% to 2.15%. It's expected to generate an extra $38 million for the city. About $23 million of that would be spent on public safety, mostly sworn police officers, which were drastically cut during the recession. The other $15 million is for higher education, most notably the potential ASU campus in downtown Mesa. That was, of course, announced earlier this year, but really the fate of that project is going to be determined tonight by the voters, so we'll be eagerly awaiting that.
It's so unique to have a sales tax rise happening in Mesa just because it's such a conservative city, and sales tax or other taxes just aren't regularly hiked there.
What's interesting, though, is that although we've seen in some other cities like Peoria, which is also doing a sales tax increase, there are Republicans there that are very vocally opposed to it. But actually in Mesa, there have been many big-name conservatives like Matt Salmon and Scott Smith who have lended their support. So there is no organized movement actually opposing the sales tax.
And then also Phoenix has a race.
Yeah, absolutely. A little unusual for them to be having a race this time of year, but it's all because Councilman Bill Gates stepped down earlier this year to run for county supervisor, and because of that, we had an open seat. The council decided to appoint Deborah Stark, and now Deborah Stark kind of has to fight for her seat if she wants to keep it. So she has 3 challengers, and this is, of course, District 3, the North Phoenix district. So what is unusual about this race is, unlike hopefully all of our races tonight, this one won't be decided tonight, most likely. If one of the 4 candidates doesn't get a majority of the votes, 51% or higher, it will actually go to a runoff in March. So we're kind of expecting that, and we will see what happens from there.
Yeah, I echo that sentiment. In August, we had a bunch of big races that were, not decided for days. I'm hoping tonight we get most of our races figured out. You're not hopeful, Mary Jo?
No.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
I wanted to add one thing about the sales tax fights.
We need to
wrap?
Yeah,
okay.
but go ahead.
So I was going to say that this could complicate plans to look to the sales tax for funding education on a statewide level. As the local rate goes up, that's going to be harder to try to raise the state rate.
Right. Absolutely. Well, thank you all for your excellent coverage. We're going to let you, in a minute, go back to your desk because you have lots of stories to write tonight. But thank you so much for your time. We are going to go to a new video, and talk about the endorsement that the Arizona Republic made in the presidential race. It was the first time that the Republic has endorsed a Democrat in its history in 136 years, and so we made a lot of history. Here you go.
The Arizona Republic has endorsed Republican presidential candidates for a century and a quarter until this year. The paper's editorial endorsed Hillary Clinton, which turned out to be fighting words. Lee Cowan is in Phoenix.
It's a reliably conservative newspaper in a reliably red state. But when it endorsed Hillary Clinton for the White House, all hell broke loose.
Okay, you don't need to be rude to me.
Calls came pouring in, some angry.
I will not buy your paper anymore. You're ignorant.
Others verbally abusive.
You're a worthless bitch.
That last one was referring to the Arizona Republic's president, Mia Parrish.
How fast did it come in? Right away?
Right away. The first death threat came about 9 that morning.
The first death threat?
There were several. Her email was full of hate, too.
This one we took to security. We will burn you down. The idea that we'll burn you down, we'll firebomb you, you should be hung as a traitor. Those are concerning.
Even before the endorsement, Donald Trump had made media bashing one of the signatures of his campaign.
Look at all that press. Among the most dishonest people in the world.
It's time to stand up and say stop. We don't do this in America.
Phil Boas is the Republic's editorial page editor.
I'm a conservative. I'm a Republican my entire life. It took somebody who was an abomination to lose the endorsement of the Arizona Republic.
One anonymous caller suggested that more reporters would be blown up. More because one of the paper's own, reporter Don Bowles, was killed by a car bomb while investigating a story in 1976.
That person meant to scare us, meant to terrorize us, and meant to shut us up.
So Parrish took to the editorial pages again to thank those bold enough to disagree with us on principle, but didn't threaten to bomb our homes or harm our families.
People have been afraid to just stand up and say, hey, this is not cool. This is not who we are. It doesn't have to be so ugly.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your support.
The tone of the calls has since changed, she says.
It's like the dawn at the end of a really long, dark night.
Although many readers still disagreed with the endorsement of Hillary Clinton, a certain level of civility had returned.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Well, that was a nice one.
At least for now. Lee Cowan, CBS News, Phoenix.
Well, here to talk more about the Republic's endorsement is our publisher, Mia Parrish, and we've also got, for the next part of the hour, editor for Lavos, Elvia Diaz, and EJ Montini, a Republic columnist. But let's first go to results. Again, Arizona results will be coming at 8 p.m., but we've got the electoral votes that are going up as we speak. Clinton's at 104, and Trump is at 137. And we are waiting on some other states to be called. Let's talk about the endorsement. Mia, this was a big deal, and it made a lot of news. Can you talk about why the Arizona Republic endorsed Hillary Clinton?
You know, it was a conversation that we had over time with our readers, really. And more than a year ago, we began editorializing about our concerns around Donald Trump and his policies and our concerns as an editorial board. And we are separate from the newsroom, so we're separate from the journalists and from the journalism.
Like me.
Right, like you. You have nothing to do with it and no say in it. And but it's an opinion place where we talk about what it is that we think in terms of our opinion, in terms of what's going on in Arizona. And as a border state, that was a big concern for us. In terms of international policy, that was a concern for us. And truthfully, I think there was a crucible when Donald Trump called for violence against an African-American protester at a rally more than a year ago. And we felt this is someone who is not fit, and someone who is not presidential, and someone who doesn't have the temperament to serve. And that was when there were still 17 people in the race. And over time, as that field pared back and it became clear that he was going to be the nominee, then we were at a
crossroads.
A crossroads,
yeah.
Right? Do we endorse a third party, or do we endorse a Democrat for the first time in our history?
Right. Elvia, you were on the editorial board. You
Still
were
there.
Behind, you were behind the scenes during these discussions. Was that difficult? And there's a wide variety of political opinion among the editorial board. What were those discussions like?
Well, honestly, the fact that we didn't want to support Trump was the easiest part of the discussion, because he did that to himself. You know, as she explained, you know, it was a decision that was made over a period of time. I think the most interesting discussion behind the scenes was actually, are we going to support Hillary Clinton? You know, keep in mind that in the board there are lifelong Republicans there, and clearly they did not want to support Donald Trump, so they reached that conclusion. But you know, the decision, are we really going to be with her? And once that decision was reached, then how enthusiastically are we going to support her? You know, because clearly there were discussions about, well, maybe we don't endorse anyone. You know, just like other newspapers across the country have done. Myself, from the beginning, I have been a never Trump supporter, so that was clear for me. You know, clearly we had also issues with Hillary, myself included. So those were the more difficult discussions, I would say. And then at the end, obviously, you know, readers saw what we decided to do.
Mia, can you talk about the reaction that we got? A lot was negative, some was positive. What did we hear from our readers and from across the country?
Right, and we do know our readers, and this, you know, we were founded as the Arizona Republican, and we have been a Republican editorial board and a Republican newspaper, known for that, for our history. So part of it was really feeling that that this Republican wasn't a good decision for us and for the state. So it's an interesting change. So we knew that people would be upset.
Did you get emails? Did you get tweets? Did we get calls?
We got yes. We got emails. We got tweets. We got calls. We got thousands of calls, thousands of tweets, thousands of emails, and we have continued to. Many of them were not happy, and many of them were, actually. And it was an interesting time in that you had a lot of people who were Democrats in Arizona or Democrats in other parts of the country, but also Republicans in the state who said he doesn't represent us. And
we also got a death threat, so it wasn't just...
No, absolutely. We got multiple death threats. We got multiple threats of violence against specific people, against the editorial board, against me, against other members of the staff, and then against people who had absolutely nothing to do with the decision.
And how did you respond? You wrote a column that touched on your background and the backgrounds of many of our reporters, and was kind of a counterpoint to that negative reaction that we received. What did you say in that column?
Well, one of the reasons we did choose to endorse, and Elvia touched on that a little bit, we could have not. And we felt as though it was so important that people vote. We want people to engage and to make a choice and make an informed decision. And
your family didn't have a choice.
Right. My mother grew up in a dictatorship, did not have free speech, did not have free press, and so personally it was personal debate. It was why I wrote about it.
EJ, the newspaper lost readers, subscriptions, received death threats. Can you talk about the leadership role that a newspaper plays in a community and why that was risk?
No, I can't talk about that at all because I'm not a part of the leadership.
Okay.
At all. Actually, I wasn't part of this at all, which is very great. Which is fabulous for me. The point of view that I get to express my own personal opinions, and that is one of the great things about us. And one of the things that's very interesting about this particular race, and what's most disturbing about it, is not so much who we endorse or who we don't endorse. It's who we don't listen to. We're in a really difficult stage now where we really don't listen to what other people are saying. We want to convince them, but we don't want to listen to what they have to say about what we might think. And it's fine. It's okay, but it's very important if we could just relax a little bit and recognize that if you've lived through a number of presidential elections, as I have, and as many of us have, you recognize that we sort of get by, and so why not think of the editorial not so much as a way of trying to convince you, but as a way of trying to start a discussion with you, to inform you, to maybe educate you, to maybe have you come back with a discussion rather than something very threatening to you. It's not
shouting at you.
Yeah, it's not really a threat. It's just a conversation. And if you're willing to have that conversation, it's great. And that's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to start that conversation with people. And I think that's what this did.
I think that segues into my next question, Mia. But first, let's just remind readers that we will be taking your questions at azcentral.com, our Twitter account, but also our Facebook live feed. We will be. Someone was asking about Prop 205, and will we have those results? Yes, we will. That's the marijuana legalization, as well as minimum wage, corporation commission, and a couple of others. But we will have those starting at 8 p.m. We will also. Let's just go to a last question for you, Mia,
Sure.
And that is, I think what EJ was alluding to. What we do next after the election, healing as a country, and how do we start that conversation so we're not yelling at each other, and what role does the newspaper play in that?
Right. I'm okay with yelling. I think it's the threatening. Like, I want a free and open debate, and it's okay to disagree, and it's okay to be angry, but I think the idea of us being united and agreeing to disagree and compromising sometimes and coming to a different point of view sometimes and healing. It's been a time where we're really troubled with that, and I think we have a position where we want to encourage people to come together and to work on solutions going forward.
Okay. Well, let's we're going to keep talking about this. Okay. So let's talk about that question. I think that you touched on the difference between the editorial board and the newsroom.
Right.
We had a lot of readers saying, well, I thought newspapers were supposed to be objective. Can you explain that answer?
That was really interesting because we have endorsed in a presidential election. We've endorsed in elections since our founding in 1890. It's something that we do as an editorial board. We have opinion writers They're separate from the newsroom, they're separate from the journalists, and they are not influenced by each other. They frequently don't even talk to each other. That is part of the role that we play. We have people who study it, who work and look and analyze and debate and express an informed opinion. You don't have to agree with it.
EJ, can you talk a little bit about the question of press freedom and the anger that we've seen toward the media this election cycle?
I agree with the notion that I don't have any problem with yelling either. I mean, I grew up in a family where my uncles and grandparents and fathers, a big Italian family, where they couldn't agree on driving to each other's houses. They would have enormous arguments about that. It's really cool. It's fine, and it's really good for us, I think, to have those kind of discussions. I think the problem is that even in those discussions, though, the listening part is really important. It's not just the shouting part, it's what you do in addition to your shouting. I do a lot of shouting, but I try to do a lot of listening as well. And I think that's, if we can get to that point, we'll be fine. Right. And the fact of the matter is we're almost always fine. It's just a matter of relaxing and getting past whatever we have right now. It's a really difficult time right now, and it's much more, and honestly, Donald Trump has ratcheted up the notion of condemning other people and conspiracy theories and all this other kind of stuff, which really makes people not want to listen to you, because he has the effect of telling you, don't listen to those people because they're going to tell you some falsehood. Well, it's much better to actually be as informed as you can, listen to as many people as you can, and then make up your own mind and those things. And I think that if we get to that point, we'll be better off. We'll be fine. It's just a matter of getting past this particular election.
Let's move on to just the strict presidential race. And remember that you can tweet us questions at the AZ Central Twitter account, or write them on our Facebook Live page where we're streaming, and we'll be taking them. Some folks are saying that the Maricopa County site to check the early ballot voting ballot status is not working. So if that is the case, we will definitely be talking to the Maricopa County Recorder's Office, and I assume they will be fixing that tomorrow. You can be checking that tomorrow to see if your early ballot was received and accepted. If it wasn't, you can call the Recorder's Office at 602-506-1511 and verify your ballot if there is a question about it.
It's not a conspiracy.
No. Well, we've seen some problems with election websites here in Arizona going down, and
consistently. By
don't
the way,
jump to the conspiracy theory right off the bat. It's like, assume that maybe people make a few mistakes. Yeah.
Elvia, we are considered a possible swing state. How is that possible? Isn't that a big surprise?
It is a big surprise. I mean, we are a red state, meaning we have gone Republican since 1996, I believe, since Bill Clinton. It is possible because more people registered to vote, more Latinos registered to vote. I mean, we heard before 150,000 new Latinos registered, and many more. So there's a huge interest for and against Donald Trump. So I don't think it's necessarily Hillary Clinton who's driving this interest, but it's Donald Trump. Therefore, I think that's why we are where we are. I'm not sure if we're going to be the deciding factor here. I still have my doubts, but it feels that way. And Clinton spent a lot of money here, a lot of time, and her people, and the sheriff too. So there are two factors here: Trump, and then Sheriff Joe Arpaio, who obviously has made a lot of Latinos angry.
Well, let's take a look at how Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump became the presidential nominees, how we got here.
I mean, first of all, this guy's a joke artist, and this guy's a liar.
Chris, look, I'll give you a ribbon for participation and a juice box, but in the real world, it's about results. The point is that I had a bill, and
that went nowhere. I never attacked him on his look, and believe me, there's plenty of subject matter right there.
Quote, look at that face. Would anyone vote for that?
I think women all over this country heard very clearly what Mr. Trump said.
Chris, your state got hit by a massive snowstorm 2 weeks ago. You didn't even want to go back. They had to shame you into going back.
That was my job, to get along with people.
But the
I didn't
simple
want
fact
to,
is...
excuse me, 1 second.
No.
I didn't want to...
The simple fact is, Donald, you cannot take...
More energy tonight. I like that.
Thank you, Megan. I wasn't sure I was going to get to talk again.
This little guy has lied so much about my record.
There we go. The person
beating him awfully badly in the polls.
But you're not beating Hillary. So you're not beating Hillary.
Well, then if I can't beat her, you're really going to get killed, aren't you? He was such a nice guy. And he said, oh, I'm never going to attack. But then his poll numbers tanked. That's why he's on the end.
You raised a lot of money on Wall Street when you were the head of the Democratic Governors Association.
Yeah, but I haven't gotten a penny this year, so somebody please go on to martinomaly.com.
I stood up against the behaviors of the banks when I was a senator. I called them out on their mortgage behavior.
Secretary Clinton called them out. Oh, my goodness. They must have been really crushed by this.
I got to tell you, this is just crazy, huh? This is just nuts, okay?
To talk about the presidential race, you've been watching Saturday Night Live, cable news, you've been immersing yourself in this. I mean, has there ever been a campaign more entertaining than this year?
Entertaining is maybe not the exact word for it. Sarah Palin was pretty entertaining. But no, I don't think so. And I think part of that stems from Trump. I mean, he obviously, his background, other than business, is in reality TV. And reality TV, as you know, is sort of an anything goes sort of medium. And I think he certainly showed that he was willing to break some of the molds.
EJ, one of the big criticisms has been media bias. Some Clinton supporters saying that reporters have made too much out of the Clinton emails. Some Trump supporters saying we've made too much out of comments he's made about women or sex. Can you weigh in on?
I don't think either one of those things is true. I mean, other than the one thing that I have trouble with is that the Clinton email thing. What bothers me about us in the media is that those are stolen, right? They weren't somebody in an office somewhere who had legitimate reason to have those things to then bring them out into the public. They were literally stolen, and so it's like we're using property taken from somebody's house or from their neighborhood or from their purse or from something, and I think that's really a really bad precedent, and we seem to have no trouble with that. I personally have tremendous amount of trouble with that. I don't think we should be using stolen property per se. Given that, though, I mean, the argument becomes, well, since somebody else is going to use it, then we should all use it. Well, I hear my mom saying, if everybody jumped off the cliff, would you jump off the cliff? And I think you don't. You really don't. You have to draw a line somewhere that says, we'll use everything that we get legitimately, but stolen property we won't use.
Isn't the argument, though, against that we wouldn't have had coverage of the Edward Snowden released emails?
Yes, and I feel the same way about them. I mean, they're stolen property. Stolen property is stolen property.
Or the Pentagon Papers.
No, the Pentagon Papers were not stolen. Daniel Ellsberg had legitimate reason to have those papers in his possession. So you knew exactly where they come from. We don't know where those emails came from. We don't know who stole them. We know with the Pentagon Papers that it was Daniel Ellsberg. He took them. Well, that's fine. If we know, but was it the Russians who took these things? Was it some hacker who took these things? That, to me, is the big difference here. And I think that if you have people who have a legitimate reason to think it's in their possession, then you understand it. If you don't, then you're in a position where, well, this is somebody with an agenda that they're using us to promote their agenda, and we're happy with that.
Do you agree? Do you think journalists should not have written any stories ever, even if they got that trove of Clinton emails?
No, I mean, I agree with your premise, absolutely. But, it's out there. And once it's out there, then we need to report. The claim about media bias, and let's be clear, it came from Donald Trump specifically. Right. And guess what? we covered him more than anything else. Whatever he said, we were there all the time, almost 24/7. It felt that way. So no, if it is in the public, I believe we should report it, and clearly we have.
I have a real problem in this election cycle with the use of the word bias. And some of this is anecdotal, some of this is people who respond negatively, which is the norm for the things I've written. But to me, the word bias in this election cycle in particular has come to mean we don't like what you said. We don't like the facts that you are presenting. We like our set of facts better. And there's been this whole rise of, like, especially on the alt-right, of the of these fake news sites, and people just, they just pass them along on Facebook, just like like they were the New York Times or something. They don't trust the New York Times, and I think that's a big change. But bias has become this, it's sort of like that in liberal media. That's what people say when they don't like what you've reported, even if what you've reported is fact.
What about that question of these fake news sites? I mean, there has been so much misinformation this cycle. What lesson do we learn as journalists moving forward, and how can the consumer be sure that they're not getting a bunch of malarkey?
Well, maybe go to legitimate sites instead of Facebook for your news, but I don't. I mean, that's going to be really tough to solve because Facebook can't seem to fix it. They try and they can't. And the problem becomes when these things get shared, even if, as with Fox News, with the an imminent indictment against Clinton, they say it, they come back and they apologize, they say we're wrong, but how many people don't hear the apology? And these things are shared. The thing that I love social media, don't get me wrong, but it seems to make people think everything is equal, that it's an equal playing ground. It's not. I had an argument with somebody online, which is always a mistake to engage in these things, but this guy was saying, you can't trust the media, you can't trust the media. And I said, look, there's a really good explanation of why there's no big media anymore. There's a great story in the Washington Post. And his response was, I will not read the Washington Post or the New York Times. He said, I won't do it because they can't be trusted. And it's like, well, but you'll trust any site with the word freedom in its name, right, or patriot or something. But
you know what? It's the difference,
right?
Yeah. The difference is like what happened. What has occurred recently is that you get to go to the church of the news. It's like when I was a little kid growing up in Catholic school, we didn't have on Sunday a rabbi come in and say, you really should be over at the temple next Saturday instead of being here in the Catholic Church. You go to your church to be reinforced what you already believe. It's not to learn anything new, it's what you already believe. And so people now have the option of going to sites of whatever reputable nature they may be that simply reinforces what they already believe. And it's a very comforting thing. It's like, oh, I'm right. Thank you for telling me I'm right. And that's where we go to now.
Let's just take a pause right here to remind people that they can come to us with questions that we'll answer at our AZ Central Twitter and also our Facebook Live comments. And we'll have Arizona results coming in at 8 p.m. The presidential results are still, in most cases, being tallied, especially in those big swing states, although we are hearing that Michigan has Trump ahead right now. So that's a bit of a surprise. It's not called yet, but we are hearing that Trump is ahead there, and we'll be bringing you those swing states if they're called as we're on air here. Elvia, just last question here before we go to a video that Bill has created for us, looking back at the presidential race. Elvia, what is the most enraging moment that you had, or most disappointing moment of this presidential campaign? What was the most uplifting and inspiring? What were those two for you?
There were so many, but the most shocking to me was when I learned that Donald Trump was going to go to Mexico. At the invitation of the president of Mexico, I just could not believe that. The insult to Latinos like myself, the insult to Mexicans there, coming from the Mexican president. I mean, we're not, where you say we, meaning we Latinos and Mexicans, will not forget that at all.
And the most positive?
Positive? Oh my goodness, that's a difficult one. I'm wrestling with that one, actually. Michelle Obama, I think when she spoke at the Democratic Convention, she was very positive. She reminded us of the good things that we are as a country, as a family. So I think that was very, very positive.
All right. Well, thank you all. We're going to go now to a video that Bill created for us about him looking back at the presidential race and covering it from a critic's angle.
Please come back afterwards. Hi, I'm Bill Goody-Kuntz, and I'm the film critic for the Arizona Republic and USA Today Network. But I also write a lot about political media. And boy, was this the year to write about political media. Not all of it good news, unfortunately. Obviously, it doesn't take a political scientist or a great media thinker to know that this has been a race like no other, at least certainly not since John Adams and Thomas Jefferson were calling each other names and that sort of thing. That turned out all right. I'm not sure that this election will be remembered very fondly, though. Obviously, the wild card here is Donald Trump. We've never had a modern candidate like Trump, and I think that the media struggled for a long time trying to figure out how to cover him. For the longest time, if you can remember, Donald Trump descending that escalator, saying he was going to run for president, everybody just sort of thought, there he goes again. And, you know, we kind of gave him a pass on some things. Oh, he's not a serious candidate. Oh, things will work themselves out. Oh, don't worry. He's making all these mistakes that would kill any other candidate. But he kept going, and he kept going, and he's still going. On the other side, we have Hillary Clinton, who has no great love for the press and went a long time without actually talking to the press, preferring, as she did when her husband was in the White House, to go more to local media and to maybe just do no media at all. That made her a little hard to cover, and frankly, it made her seem a little standoffish, which has been a problem with her candidacy from the start. Once these two became the actual candidates, and we got to the conventions, as you'll recall, it was like nothing we'd ever seen. Trump's in particular. I mean, it was basically a reality show, which is, in fact, what politics can be. But Trump comes from the reality show background. You know, he did The Apprentice. He hosted that. And he's used that to his advantage, I think. But again, we did not exactly know how to cover him. There's the mantra throughout this whole thing has been false equivalency. You know, just because, you know, we have this feeling that we have to get two equal sides to every story, that's not always the case. Not always when something is demonstrably untrue. If Donald Trump tells a lie, we need to say it's a lie. If Hillary Clinton says something that's a lie, we need to say it's a lie. But it's just not in our DNA to do that. And I think that's, we did a lot of catch-up. I'll say this, some of the major outlets, like the Washington Post and the New York Times, have really gone hard with negative coverage on Trump. I'm not saying it's not deserved. I think it is. But I don't think we ever recall that sort of, the sort of vicious tone to it. It's been really interesting. And I do think that this election will be studied for a long time, particularly the way that the media covered it and the way that we did not. I think we're going to come in for some good stuff. There's a lot of really good work done, particularly with print reporters. There's been some awful stuff, and I think that social media, which I love, by the way, has really fueled some of that negativity. It's given everybody a voice. And while in theory it's great that everybody has a voice, in actual practice, sometimes you wish you had a little bit of a mute button.
Again, I'm Rebecca Sanders, political reporter for the Arizona Republic, and we've switched some guests around. So now we've got Bob Robb, columnist for the Arizona Republic, also Lori Roberts, columnist. Thanks for joining us. And Bettina Nava, who is going to join us for a chat about the Senate race in a few minutes. But first, we are just a couple of minutes out from Arizona results being reported. So as soon as those come through, we will be bringing those to you. And you can see in the side of your screen that those results will be popping up as they are reported. But let's go to some presidential results. Again, we do not have many swing states called, but we do show at the moment Trump leading in Florida with 49%, North Carolina with 49%, Ohio, Michigan, and we've got Clinton, who is leading in Virginia. We will be bringing those results to you as the states are called. We do show that Clinton has 104 electoral votes to Trump's 137. They need 270 or more to win. Again, we will be talking about Proposition 205, the marijuana measure, Proposition 206, the minimum wage measure, Senate, Congress, Corporation Commission, Arpaio in the sheriff race, as well as Helen Purcell in the recorder race, and legislature, all of that coming up in this next hour. But let's just first go to our reporters, Yvonne Widget-Sanchez, who's at the Arizona Republican Party Hotel where they're holding the festivities tonight. She was there a little earlier today. And also Richard Ruelas, who's at the Democratic event.
We're downtown at the Hyatt Regency Hotel where the state Republican Party is preparing its election night party. They have about 1,200 people, supporters who have RSVP'd to watch the election night results come in. Some of the big races that they're watching, obviously the U.S. Senate race. Many down here expect McCain to hold on to that seat. Recent polling suggests that he will, potentially by double digits. Moving on down ballot, they are really wanting to see how the race for the sheriff's office will shake out. A lot of people down here suggest that Sheriff Joe Arpaio is vulnerable, and recent polling has also suggested that. We are told that he may make an appearance a little bit later in the night. We're not sure how long he will spend with us, but we will certainly try to catch up with him, so please stay on AZ Central for that. They're also watching CD1. And this is where Pinal County Sheriff Paul Babu is faced up against Tom O'Halloran. There's some trepidation there that Republicans could lose that seat, and obviously that's a seat that Ann Kirkpatrick relinquished to run for U.S. Senate again for the U.S. Senate seat against John McCain. Another big race to watch, and this is one Republicans here are also anxious about, is legal marijuana. This is Proposition 205. The Republican establishment, the business establishment have poured a lot of time and a lot of money to try to defeat this. And so while there are a lot of people here suggesting it could be too close to call as of tonight, Republicans down here are hoping that they will have an answer before they go to bed tonight, and that answer is no. Please keep checking back with us, and we'll keep you updated with what's happening here in downtown Phoenix.
This is Richard Ruelas at the Renaissance Hotel in downtown Phoenix, the site of the Democrats' election night party. Harry Truman, William Jefferson Clinton, that's the list. Since 1948, those are the only two Democrats that have carried the state of Arizona in the run for president. Arizona hopes that Hillary Clinton makes it 3 this evening. Things are just getting set up here at this hour. Media's staking out their positions, and the party won't start in earnest till about 7:30, as we expect attendees to roll in after they start getting those last-minute voters excited to stay in line at the polls. And we'll start seeing the results 8:30, and people here hope on a Clinton result. Paul Penzone is a race to watch against Sheriff Arpaio, and Adrian Fontes against Helen Purcell, the Maricopa County recorder. All those races, the Democrats are expecting if they're going to win, a young voter turnout and a heavy Latino voter turnout. And we'll see if this is a place of celebration later on tonight.
And remember that you can get in touch with us for questions for our panelists by tweeting at the AZ Central Twitter account or writing your comments in our Facebook Live. The results should be coming in shortly for Arizona races. And we also are hearing that CNN is reporting that with 95% of the vote counted in Florida, Trump is about 105,000 votes ahead. We know that Florida in past races has been extremely close, so we may be on pins and needles for that state to be called, and we will be bringing you those swing states as they are called in this next hour. But let's turn to Arizona races. Bettina, you're here to talk about Senator McCain's bid for re-election against Democrat Ann Kirkpatrick. You have worked for McCain in the past. Can you just talk about who these candidates are, their length of service, why they're running?
Yeah, for John McCain, he's an American hero. You're talking about somebody who has 100% name ID, been in the Senate or House for 30 years, armed services background. Again, just an American hero. And yes, thank you for disclosing that I worked for him for years and years and years. And Kirkpatrick also served in the House and is an attorney by trade, has deep ties to Arizona, rural Arizona, University of Arizona. And why is she running? I think it's just because she felt that she was qualified, and this was the ticket where she might have an opening.
Right.
You know, this was the race that John McCain said would be the race of his life if Donald Trump was at the top of the ticket. Based on that, we all expected a real knife fight. Instead, it seems like what we've gotten is a bit of a cakewalk for him. How do you explain that?
Again, I think it's, somebody who has 100% name ID, somebody who can outspend her, somebody who has an actual relationship with the people of Arizona. You look at some of the issues that got him elected, national defense, Affordable Care Act, Supreme Court nominations. I think his message just happens to resonate with the voters of Arizona that are in our state's red, let's face it.
Do you think that his endorsement of Trump early on hurt him or helped him?
I think that it was beyond awkward, and it didn't help. It didn't help because he couldn't sell it. He didn't believe it. They're not friends. They don't like each other. They don't support each other. That's the honest to goodness truth. So I think that it hurt him early on. But I also think that Republican primary voters were saying, who do we want making these Supreme Court nominations and these decisions?
And so when he put on track shoes and ran away from Trump, helped him or hurt him?
I don't think it did. I think it's just he was able to run an independent campaign like most people did in their states. They really just distanced themselves from him.
Yeah, Bob, talking about Trump, but also some other issues, what were some of the major issues in this Senate race that you think really swayed voters? Supreme Court or immigration? What was it?
I think it was the lack of issues. John McCain should have been vulnerable. He only got a little over 50% of the Republican vote in the Republican primary. A large part of his party was at war with him. It looked like it was shaping up to be more of a Democratic year than it appears it will be. But Ann Kirkpatrick never made a case against him. Her only issues were Trump and his age.
And the fact that she wears cowboy boots, don't forget that. That seemed to be her.
Yeah, that worked real well in urban Maricopa County. But she didn't make a case on the economy, on direction of the country. She had no policy agenda whatsoever. And that's in part, I think, from having represented a swing district for so many years. She became afraid to take positions. And so she never developed a case against John McCain. It's one of the more lackluster major party campaigns that I've seen in Arizona.
Do you think that demographics played into this? We've been talking tonight about how the Latino vote, for instance, is expected to increase this year, and the Democrats, at least, were thinking that would help put Clinton over the top. And I'm assuming that Kirkpatrick was hoping to court the Latino vote, but it seems like McCain made a lot of effort on that front as well.
Yeah, I haven't seen any breakdowns by race, so it's just hard at this point to provide conjecture. But remember, this is a guy who has a relationship with the state of Arizona. When you have military installations that literally credit, he kept the A-10 warthog. Mic drop, done. There are a lot of jobs in Pima County. He's going to take
Tucson jobs,
right?
Incredibly dependent on that.
And he's been their hero. Luke Air Force Base, Yuma Proving Ground, Fort Huachuca. He's been their hero. So those are a lot of jobs when you look at somewhere between 45 and 50,000 military representatives in the state of Arizona. He has that relationship. She doesn't yet.
And what does your experience having worked for him in the past, how does that inform how you've seen this race and, how you've looked at how he's run it perhaps differently this time than in the past, or perhaps the same?
No, he runs it exactly like he runs every single race, which is it. It is absolutely all stakes, everything on the table, 100% energy. That's how he's run all of his races. And I think it conveys to the Arizona public that he deeply loves his country, and at a time of great political unrest and international unrest, you want somebody who knows national and international leaders on a first-name basis. We have a lot at stake.
And I think that's a critical part of McCain's success this time around, assuming that the numbers will validate that.
And
the way that incumbents lose is by taking a race for granted. McCain, from the beginning, made it clear he was taking nothing for granted this election.
And we are hearing that it appears that McCain is leading in early results. Looks like we are still waiting for the Secretary of State to be reporting some of those, even though we are about 10 minutes out from when they were supposed to be coming in. So we will be bringing you those as soon as possible. Yeah, we will get to those soon. Thank you, Bettina, for joining us. We are going to move on to Proposition 205. Let's take some, let's see. Well, we've got their electoral votes increasing for Trump to 140. Clinton's been at 104 for quite some time, though we are still waiting for a lot of swing states to be called.
It's shocking as you watch that race unfold how well he is doing in Ohio, which is, of course, the state that anyone who's elected president wins. He's winning in counties that are traditionally blue, dramatically blue, and they seem to be turning, at least as far as the race goes so far, seem to be turning red.
And look there, we've got the first results from Arizona coming in. And just a reminder, these are early ballots that came in before Election Day and were counted today. So we still have a lot of votes to come in that will be coming from the voters that went to the polls today, as well as voters who dropped their early ballots off today. And so those have not been counted yet, but we've got Proposition 205. Looks like the no was leading. So let's talk about that. And remember, you can ask us questions for our panelists by tweeting AZ Central and commenting on our Facebook Live. So Julie Erfle, thank you so much for joining us. Julie is a Democrat and communications consultant. Her company's Erfle and Cuft. You also were former executive director at Progress Now Arizona. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Let's talk about this proposition that is to legalize recreational marijuana. Arizona already has medical marijuana. Can you talk about why supporters are pushing recreational?
Sure. So I think the reality is there's a national movement to push for the decriminalization of marijuana in general. And this is really part of that strategy to get the federal government to decriminalize marijuana. They would like to see, essentially everybody have access to it who wants access to it, to really cut back on the criminal justice system. The argument is that this is impedes people's liberty, that that essentially marijuana is no more dangerous than alcohol, and it should be regulated and taxed in much the same way that we regulate and tax alcohol.
And can you talk about some of the arguments on the opponent's side? There's been a very rigorous opposition campaign to this proposition.
Right. So that has been funded, and essentially the argument on the opposition side has been that this is a public safety issue, and that if we legalize marijuana, it will result in additional fatalities, whether it's car crashes, whether it's babies who are born addicted to marijuana, that it's a quote unquote, gateway drug, and it will lead to greater drug use. That's really, they've been making the public safety argument, whereas the pro side has been making the prohibition just doesn't work argument.
But which argument has worked? Because it has felt like watching the ads that your side is more on defense than offense, which is never a good thing to be, especially in the days leading up to an election.
Right. I would agree. I think that the no side has definitely controlled the message. And it's unfortunate because I think by and large, most Arizonans are in favor of legalized marijuana. They would like to decriminalize it. But the no side has really capitalized on the messaging. I think they have a very well-known and well-respected force of folks who have come together as part of this coalition, in-state coalition, opposing it, whereas the yes side hasn't really been able to garner the same kind of coalition, the same kind of prominent spokespeople.
And there was a schism between supporters of it just, last year when they were trying to get this off the ground.
Right from the beginning. There was also an issue, I think they really were hoping to get some law enforcement buy-in. Unfortunately, the language was already set. The initiative was filed before a lot of those discussions began. And I don't think that they would have gotten law enforcement buy-in, to be quite honest, but perhaps they could have worked out some of the problems with the language that maybe would have resulted in a less vigorous opposal.
I wonder if they had not written a 30-page law which had all kinds of things in it, would they not have had a better chance? It seemed like it's very difficult to sell 30 pages as opposed to a couple of paragraphs, which is all you really needed to do to legalize. I know a lot of people who said, well, I'm for legalized marijuana, but I'm worried about the Voter Protection Act, and if we pass this and there's some unintended consequence, what happens then? Do you think that was a mistake?
I think that there wasn't that kind of buy-in to begin with when it was being written. Was probably, like I had alluded to earlier, I think that's where some of the issues were caused with the language. But again, I think the reality is a lot of what we've been hearing from the no side, that's been the dominant message. And so that's why I think the yes side honestly has been losing, because they've been controlling that message.
And yet, Bob, we saw in an Arizona Republic poll, a couple of polls this fall, that there was a fairly good split in support and opposition, with a small number of undecideds. And I've heard of folks, Republicans and Libertarians, who are supporting it. I've heard of folks who are supporters of legalizing marijuana who are against it because of some of those details in the 30 pages. Can you talk about that crossover on this issue?
The polling was always very, very narrow. And when you have a contested ballot measure campaign, there's something in the industry that's called the burden of the yes vote. And as you approach election day, you're likely to lose votes because the default vote is a no vote. So it never got into the high 50s, low 60s that you would want to see in a ballot measure as you're going forward. I also think that the No on 205 campaign ran one of the most effective ballot measure campaigns I've seen in a very, very long time. And the yes side never forced the no side to answer the question, should adults who use marijuana be threatened with jail? What's the rationale for that? And so
that was a failure, you feel like?
Yeah, absolutely. The election played out on no turf.
Well, clearly, most Arizonans would say we should decriminalize. Do you think that they just overreached? I get the feeling, Julie, from talking to you, you think this is going down.
I think it likely is. I mean, it's possible it won't, but...
And do you think it will come back if it does fail tonight?
I think that depends. I think we're going to see a big shift nationally to decriminalize marijuana. And if the other states that have recreational marijuana, if those pass easily, and if the states that are also looking to legalize marijuana for medicinal purposes, if that passes as well, we will then have more than 24 states that have some form of legal marijuana use, and that generally makes the case for federal
action. If
Proposition
205 goes down, we'll be one of the few places in the country to have voted against it. And I think there's a generational inevitability to this, just as there was with same-sex marriage. One day, using marijuana will not be a criminal offense.
All right, well, we've got to move on, but thank you so much, Julie, for joining us and for your insights. Let's go now to some of the results that we are getting in. We are hearing that NBC is calling Missouri for Trump, although we do not yet have that from the Associated Press, which is kind of our gold standard, and that's 10 electoral votes. Here in Arizona, it looks like it is neck and neck for Clinton and Trump. Let's see. CNN is projecting New Mexico for Clinton. And then let's look at some of these local races. So we were seeing that McCain was leading before, and We've got Trump, basically neck and neck with Clinton here in Arizona, 47 to 47, and we've got McCain at 51 to Kirkpatrick's 43. That's not a big surprise based on what our last conversation was. And here's for District 1 for Congress, O'Halloran up, and District 2 for Congress, McSally up, and the Republican and the Democrat. That was basically what we were expecting as well. And marijuana is lagging. So let's go to our second ballot proposition. And remember, you can tweet us questions at azcentral, as well as writing us questions at Facebook Live. We're still waiting for you guys to weigh in here so we can ask some questions of our panelists. Here to talk about the minimum wage measure is Matt Morales. Thanks for joining us.
Good evening.
You are a Republican strategist with 535, former legislative candidate. Yep. Here to talk about Prop 206. Can you just give us a sense of what this ballot measure does?
Well, basically it is a measure that will take us from our current minimum wage up to 15 over the next several years. So it's a little step
to 12. So it's about 8 now, and it'll go up to 12.
Correct.
Yeah, in a couple of years.
Eventually to 15.
No, it goes. No. The state one goes to 12. There is a ballot measure in the city of Flagstaff that would take it to 15.
Okay. Yeah.
Step by step, the state's moving in that direction.
All right, and also sick time.
Correct. People who haven't been able to get it before can now. It'll now be a part of our state's code, and from what the numbers look like so far tonight, it looks like it's going to happen.
Right. What do you attribute that to? Why? We've seen it in polling. Even the opposition has said we think we're probably going to lose. What is that big support because of?
I think it has to do with poverty. Poverty is one of Arizona's biggest issues that we have, and it's the one thing nobody wants to talk about, right? Everyone wants to sweep it under the rug. We have all these. We have education. We have healthcare. We have all these other issues. But nobody wants to get to the core, and the core is that we have people that are working their asses off every day, and they can't make enough money to survive. So people's hearts are saying, you know what, maybe we should move in a better way. As a Republican, I would rather have us, warm up the economy and get things going and have everybody have the opportunity to make more money. And I kind of feel this is a little bit of an artificial push, but it's a push nonetheless. And if it's a push in the right direction and the people of Arizona want it, then this is the way we take it.
And it seems like marijuana and minimum wage are similar in terms of we're not the only state considering it.
Well, marijuana has been going on across a lot of states this evening. Minimum wage, we're actually kind of lagging. A lot of other cities and states across the United States have already taken up this issue. I'm split on it. I'm not a fan of artificially pushing the minimum wage in the upward direction. But if the people of Arizona want it, then that's the way we go.
Yeah, what about those consequences that opponents were warning about? What were some of those?
They're warning that it's going to put pressure on small business owners, that they're going to have to cut jobs, that we're going to see different ways for automation to take over people's jobs, that it's going to be pressure. And there is one half of the economists in the United States that say, when you do this, it only hurts people who don't have money. Because the products that we need every day, the milk, the gas, the flour, these things rise up to meet the fact that there's more money in the economy because they start getting sold and they rise with it. That doesn't hurt somebody who's upper middle class or who's wealthy. Their impact is not seen. So that's where I don't like the hypocrisy in it. I don't like when people are saying that from the top are like, oh, we're going to raise minimum wage. We're like, that really never affected you.
Yeah. The thing that shocked me about this was the Grand Canyon Institute did a study and said that this would affect 790,000 workers in Arizona, which I take to mean that 790,000 workers in Arizona are making minimum wage or just a smidge above. That's shocking to me. And Republicans have been in charge of this state for a long time. Have they failed? Fundamentally, we've had 20 years of tax cuts, other things that we're all supposed to bring in all these great paying jobs, and yet we have a third of our workforce that is making minimum wage. Has the Republican agenda failed us in terms of economic development?
I would say that's a bit harsh. I mean, we're coming out of a time.
I'm asking. I'm not saying.
Well, I believe that everything was on a good run up until we hit our last couple of bubbles, like we hit the real estate and we hit the .coms, and these things really put a tripping point in us getting to where we wanted to be. I'm not going to say the Republican Party just let it go, but I think that my party sometimes doesn't want to look straight into the problem. And that's why I was talking about poverty earlier. I think we need to like step back and go, okay, there's all these things that we can solve. And I know right now people are talking about the fact that if we raise minimum wage, how many people are going to be brought above the poverty line? So how many are not going to receive stamps? Where are we going to get off of this? That's fine and dandy. I want to see, families have more time together so that they can have to work less, so that their children have food, so they can go to school and be fed and get better grades. But I don't think that our party, being in control for this long, did what it had to do to create an economy that was strong and vibrant enough to make sure that all those people had the jobs they needed. Now maybe it will be. Now maybe if we push up a little more, the things will start to rise from the bottom up. Hopefully we get in some major corporations that want to be here now, because things are going to be, the attitude and the morale will be better.
Bob, can you talk about, there is this argument against it that says jobs will be lost. That seems like a scary prospect, especially for folks who are on the lower rung of the employment scale. Why do you think that argument did not resonate, or is not expected to resonate with voters?
Because no one made it. The Arizona Chamber of Commerce and Industry hinted that there would be a more rigorous opposition campaign than usually takes place. And I would observe that going from $8 an hour, which is the current minimum wage, to $12 an hour isn't a minor increase. That's a 50% increase. And it does affect it's a government-mandated wage increase for about a third of the population. And not only did the business community not contest this, even the free market think tanks that you would figure would join me in taking up a lost cause in opposing this proposition took a powder. You mentioned that the Grand Canyon Institute did a study that was very favorable towards Proposition 206. It is in the level at which the Congressional Budget Office said that you begin to see mounting job losses. An increase nationally, an increase to $10 an hour causes 5 times as many job losses as an increase to $9 an hour. So we're in the range where you would expect to see fairly significant economic consequences. Nobody made the argument. That's in part understandable because these things pass every place and every time they're on the ballot.
All right, well, we're going to have to move on. Thank you, Matt, for joining us. I really appreciate your insights. And let's go to results. We've got some new ones coming in. And sorry, our results have been coming in kind of slow, but here we've got them. And what a big deal here. We were just seeing that Sheriff Arpaio, in very early results, was down 44 to, I think, 49 for his Democratic challenger, Paul Penzone. We're going to be talking about the county in just a minute. Let's look at these other results. McCain at 52, and Kirkpatrick at 42, and Babu at 44, O'Halloran at 50. Again, these are the early ballots that came in before Election Day, which are being reported. We will have those results going up throughout the night. Probably all the ballots won't even be counted until maybe, Friday or Saturday. But that is what we are seeing right now. So let's talk about these county races. David Leibowitz, thank you for joining us. Independent and PR consultant at
How do I turn down an invitation to be here with Bob Roth, Lori Roberts, and Rebecca Sanders?
You couldn't. You could not. So let's talk about probably one of the biggest races of the night, and that is county sheriff. We also have county recorder as a potential upset. These are both longtime politicians who have been incredibly popular in the past. Why the heck are they in challenging races?
Well, I mean, Sheriff Arpaio, despite having raised a ton of money, was opposed by some pretty powerful forces. I mean, there's an independent expenditure committee from George Soros that dropped $2 million. There was a sort of a shadow independent expenditure committee by the Department of Justice and Judge Murray Snow that was incalculable. And then there's bajillions of dollars of negative Arpaio coverage in the Arizona Republic.
Dave,
Let's
get back to Realityville here. Every year, Arpaio's numbers, every election year, his numbers have gone down. In the early 2000s, he was in the mid-60s. By 2012, he was at 50.66%. Yep. It's been a rough 4 years for Sheriff Joe. Where was he going to pick up new votes?
No, I think what happened, somewhere along the line, look, we're going to write 1 million epitaphs for Joe Arpaio over the next few months about, there's a new sheriff in town and all that stuff. And I think that part
that's a good line. Can I
that
write that down?
You can borrow that, yes. But part of what happened, I think, is that the Arpaio camp went from being a law and order sort of operation, focused on making people in jail unhappy, and focused on, the green baloney stays, and you'll never live better in jail than you live on the street, to sort of pivoted to immigration, which created, I think, really an incredible set of emotions in 350,000, 360,000 Latino voters in Maricopa County. It created a lot of fatigue among conservative Republicans who were Arpaio fans. It probably turned a lot of independents against him. So they just they didn't really ride the same horse for the entire 25 years of Joe Arpaio's history.
Do you believe he believed all that shtick, or was it opportunism on his part that he, did the finger in the air and said, this is the way the winds are blowing, so I'm going to be hard on immigration?
I really don't know. I don't have any, special insight into what he believes or doesn't believe. But like you, have known him a long time, and I've interviewed him many, many times over the years. And I just think that to some degree, look, people vote based on emotions more so than they do based on issues. Hate is the most powerful emotion that any politician can invoke. We're seeing it at the presidential level. We're seeing it at the county level too. And at the end of the day, Arpaio became a really polarizing figure, more so than he was 20 years ago, 14, 16, 12 years ago. And I think we'll see that'll pay off tonight. Look, we're not talking about the Penzone campaign, and it was a pretty modest campaign. Didn't do anything wrong, didn't do anything right.
I was just going to say, the name we haven't mentioned in a couple of minutes is the Democratic challenger, Paul Penzone. Bob, can you talk about, this is a matchup that was there in 2012, and now it's back again in 2016. What you think has changed and why you think we're seeing Arpaio down in the early results. Do you think that will continue?
I don't know how many votes are in, and we know that there are 200,000 early votes in Maricopa County that haven't been counted. Republicans turned in ballots, about 100,000, 94,000 more than Democrats in Maricopa County. Arpaio beat Penzone in 2012 by over 80,000 votes. He beat Penzone by more than Romney defeated Obama, by more than Flake defeated Carmona. He has had a terrible 4 years. If you're going to look for an opportunity to turn Maricopa County bluish temporarily, you've got two election officials, Republican office holders, who have done a very credible job against them. I always thought it was going to take an independent expenditure of $2 to $3 million to make the case. Paul Penzone is a credible candidate, but his campaign basically didn't exist. I thought that Soros had made a tactical error because he mostly invested in direct mail. And to me, the case against Arpaio should be visually impactful, and television is your medium. So if this holds up, it will disprove my theory that the money against him was poorly spent.
Let's move on because we've got to keep going to another county race, and that is for recorder, which is basically the elections chief, the person who runs the polls here in Maricopa County, and Helen Purcell, the nearly 30-year veteran. We are just seeing results is about 49% to her Democratic challenger, Adrian Fontes's, I think 51%. David, can you talk about, again, why is this veteran facing a challenge?
I don't think any voter could tell you three things about Adrian Fontes unless they were a member of his family or something like that. His chief qualification for office is he's not Helen Purcell. And if you think
so, it's a vote against campaign.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Fontes, small business owner, prosecutor, military veteran, none of which appears to qualify you to be county recorder. But who cares?
And why is there such opposition to Purcell?
Well, she's just had made a series of mistakes over the last 8 years. And again, I mean, there's been this kind of drumbeat of negative media coverage about her, and there's a huge drumbeat of backlash on social media. But there's also really a fundamental misunderstanding about the county recorder's office. People are acting like, well, gosh, they're not going to have results tonight, as if somehow they're just playing Pokemon Go over there. Look,
Yeah, but
200,000 people dropped off ballots today. Every one of those ballots will take 10 to 15 minutes to count. There are 30 or 40 people who work there counting ballots. It is physically impossible to count those ballots today.
But none of that matters. I think this election was decided on the night of the presidential primary when you saw people waiting until midnight to vote. When there was a legislative hearing afterwards, the anger was palpable and visceral toward her.
You also have in this election 200,000 ballots that were delivered by Friday, which ordinarily would be counted and would be included in the results that we're seeing, that they didn't have the machinery in place to read in time.
Yeah, I'm not, you know, again, she's had a horrible 8 years. She's had a particularly bad last 2 years. And, you know, you couple that with people's, I think, unreasonable expectation about how quickly we'll count votes. I mean, there are people that are complaining about, I have to wait in line. I'm like, you know, wow, that's really super bad. I bet the soldiers who died to protect your right to vote, they were probably inconvenienced too. I mean, in our instant culture, the concept that people will vote instantly is a little bit ridiculous. Hey, here's my prediction. We'll come back in 4 years, and Adrian Fontes, if his lead holds out, he'll have all the exact same problems that Helen
I'll
Purcell
bet
had.
he'll have more than 80 polling places on presidential primary night.
Yeah, and but look, I mean, we had a ton of polling places unnecessarily during the primary when nobody came out and voted. The bottom line is, if people get early ballots and they choose to hold on to them until Election Day, that will create a massive counting problem.
Well, we're going to have
I would defend those people because, hey, that's their right to do it, but tough break.
We're going to have to leave it there. Thank you so much, David, for your thoughts.
Absolutely.
And let's go to some more results. It looks like Trump has increased his lead to about 150 electoral votes. CNN has projected that he will win Ohio. We are also hearing that AP has called New Mexico for Clinton, and we are hearing that it appears that the Senate race has been called for McCain, and it appears that he is there at his victory rally preparing to give a speech while his wife introduces him.
Purple tie, what do you make of that?
Purple tie, oh. Yeah, is there symbolism there? So, wow, that is our first big race of the night called. Again, we were expecting this, but, you know, still interesting to get those results. And let's look at marijuana is down, and we are also seeing huge support for the minimum wage increase, 60%. That looks like the biggest margin we've seen in these races so far.
In 2006, it won with 66% of the vote.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah.
So are we going to get raises around here? Just saying.
Wouldn't that be nice? Okay, we are getting a question from Nato Kenichi on Twitter. Maybe, Bob, you can take this. How will Prop 206, we just saw the huge support, so if it passes, how will that affect mom and pop businesses?
If they are labor intensive, they're going to have to give, and with low wage workers, they're going to have to give the increases, and relatively quickly. This goes into effect in January. Short term, there's not much they can do about that, except to pay it, see the extent to which they can pass it on to the customer, and otherwise it cuts into their own income and their bottom line. And over time, and what the CBO found is that if they know that's going to be there and it's going to continue to increase.
On another election night, my friends, and I'm humbled again by the privilege extended me and so grateful. I have so many people to thank, so many debts to acknowledge. Let me begin by saying thank you to my employers, the people of Arizona, those of you who voted for me, and those who voted for my opponent. I've never been more honored by anything than the privilege of representing you in the United States Senate. I've never taken it for granted, and I never will. I'm as grateful to you tonight as I was when you first elected me. Every life has its ups and downs, and I've had a few of my own. But no setback has ever mattered anywhere near as much in the balance of my life as the public trust that you've granted me. So thank you, Arizona, again, from the bottom of my heart.
We just got big news that AP has called Ohio for Trump. Ohio has 18 electoral votes. And also, we just got that news that Senator McCain is up for, I believe it's a 7th term now. Can you guys talk about the impact of these big races being called?
Besties, Donald Trump, John McCain. They're going to rule together. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. I mean,
I feel like they're frenemies.
I feel like they're enemies. But, it's not a surprise that John McCain would win in Arizona. It's not a surprise if Donald Trump wins in Arizona. What is a surprise is to see how well Donald Trump is doing across the country. We haven't heard yet from Florida, but he won Ohio, and that's huge. Huge, as he would say. Huge.
What about?
It's interesting to me. Trump is obviously not going to be thumped this election. He is very much in it and has done well. But it's interesting to me that the traditional Republicans are actually doing better than Trump in their states. McCain is going to win Arizona by more than Trump does if Trump wins Arizona. Rubio is outperforming Trump in Florida. Rob Portman outperformed Trump in Ohio. So this notion that you've got to be the anti-establishment Donald Trump, Ted Cruz candidate in order to win as a Republican seems to be being disproved, even though the notion that being a Donald Trump and an anti-establishment Republican is a kiss of death is also being disproved by Trump's performance.
And it looks like we're hearing that CNN is reporting that Virginia will go to Hillary Clinton. That's 13 electoral votes. So we should see an update here on the electoral votes shortly, but she's still quite a bit behind Trump, although, again, more swing states to be called. And let's go to our next guest, George Califf. Thank you so much for joining us. And you are a Republican strategist and pollster at Data Orbital, former Arizona Republican Party political director, and worked on the congressional campaign of Don Stapley. Thanks so much for joining us. So two of the congressional races that are really the most talked about are Districts 1 and District 2. But we have 9 congressional seats. Can you talk about why we're not paying attention to those other districts?
Yeah, absolutely. So every 10 years, Independent Redistricting Commission, Arizona draws the lines, and both sides kind of got their way with 7 of the districts that are going to be safe in the primary, like the one that you mentioned in Congressional District 5, where Senate President Biggs ended up winning the primary. That's kind of it was a foregone conclusion that he would win. And even the 2 that we're talking about now, of all the races that have been mentioned tonight, the 2 least surprising in my opinion in terms of results. But obviously, Congressional District 9 used to be a swing district, where now today Congresswoman Sinema is probably going to win with an almost 30% margin.
Given the way the election unfolded, the results in 1 and 2 is currently reflected, isn't a surprise. But what is a surprise to me is that both political parties seem to give a pass on pickup opportunities. You had a Democrat incumbent leaving in CD1. There was no national Republican support for the Republican challenger in an open seat. And in District 2, you actually have a slight Democratic plurality. McSally won last time with hundreds of votes in an off-presidential year. You would think that that would be a big investment by Democrats in a presidential year, but it wasn't. Why do you think the 2 major political parties gave a pass on Arizona's swing districts?
I mean, I think the answer comes down to money or lack thereof. So in Congressional District 1, national Republicans had been told twice, both in 2012 and 2014, that the nominee was going to make it across the finish line, especially in 14, which was a very favorable year for Republicans statewide. didn't happen. Had I believe, a double-digit loss. Andy Tobin did to Congresswoman Kirkpatrick. And in CD2, when you have Congresswoman McSally, who is an absolute fundraising juggernaut, who raised more money than anyone else in the delegation, it's
almost anyone in the country.
Exactly, and it's hard to compete with that. And so even in a year like this, both sides kind of called stalemate, and so you had the results.
See, I get it in two because there was a Republican incumbent. In one, it was an open seat, which has got to be the juiciest thing around, and yet the Republicans didn't go after it. Was it because of the baggage that Paul Babu carries?
I mean, of course. He came out of the primary almost as bruised as anyone could come out of any primary, and still has former primary opponents campaigning against him actively. With videos or mail pieces or online videos or what have you. And so when you still have that occurring even from within your own party, within your own family, it's hard to be promoted by national Republicans, especially when Republicans had a lot of seats. We had a lot of seats to defend nationwide. And so, again, Congressional District 1 tried it twice, and RCC more or less took a pass. And you could tell that there were no polls put out in the time post-primary, because I don't think anyone wanted to see the results from a Republican perspective, only Democrat polls.
And I should have said this at the top. CD2, Martha McSally is in southern Arizona, Tucson, Cochise County. CD1, O'Halloran, Babu, that is up in northern Arizona, Flagstaff.
The rural area.
The rural areas, yeah. Are you guys surprised by any of these results, or, does this...
I thought that the early ballot results might suggest a potential for a different result. Even though Democrats outnumber Republicans in CD1, the early ballots returned among Republicans and Democrats were basically even. And in CD2, the Democrats had a larger edge than their registration advantage would show. So I'm actually a little surprised at the lopsidedness of these, and I'm wondering whether we're getting a selection of early ballots. In CD1, and correct me if I'm wrong, George, there's a lot more same-day voting
of course.
Than in other places.
Of course, and there's actually a number of conservative counties left to report, but there's also a lot. Coconino County hasn't reported for the Democrats. That's huge for day of vote. So is Navajo County, so is Apache County, and we've had Graham and Greenlee already report. Most of Yavapai has as well. But again, you noted the almost even split in party turnout, which you'd think was good. So in my firm, when we're tracking early ballot results from previous years, Republicans actually in 2012 enjoyed a 4.5% advantage going into Election Day.
But don't you think, George, that each year a larger percentage of the electorate votes by early ballot? And so I think there might be a misreading of comparing 2016 to 2012, because I think part of it is people who voted same day in 2016 deciding to vote early ballot, or voted same day in 2012, decided to vote early ballot in 2016.
Absolutely, and that's the first question that's always asked, right? Is either side cannibalizing their vote? Are they banking votes early? And when you did it statewide in a number of different localities, it was almost even across all the parties. So no one party had a specific advantage in terms of their day of voters in previous years, right? Because Democrats came out of the gate across the board with an advantage, but they weren't cannibalizing their day of vote. There were still plenty of votes on the table. They just increased their early vote, even though as Republicans, we had an increase in turnout as well. Democrats outperformed even more.
Well, we're going to have to move on to legislature. George, thank you so much for bringing your expertise to the show.
Absolutely.
And let's see what Steve Benson is drawing. Can we see what cartoons he's coming up with right now?
I am so confused.
You're so confused.
Oh, yeah. All the pollsters said it was going to be Clinton walking on water. Now Trump's walking all over it.
So Steve is saying that he was hearing from pundits that Clinton was going to walk on water, and now Trump is walking all over. So he is making light of that expectation that some pundits had, that Clinton would walk away with this.
Some pundits, almost
all pundits, he says.
Same pundits who said he had no chance to win any primaries. Just saying.
Absolutely. I mean, we've
been wrong all along. Let's just be honest.
Right. He has defied expectations and been counted out for a long time.
More than a year.
Right.
I thought the circus train would have bumped along to a flat tire, about last September, and, here we are.
Bob, why do you think that underestimation is there? Big pause.
Be kind.
The art of polling is hugely challenged, and it's almost too bad that we don't have George here for this, because his polls towards the end largely reflects the results that we're seeing. So it'd be interesting to hear his view of it. But the refusal rate on polling is sky high these days, much more than it used to be. The difficulty of getting people on cell phones is huge. And I think people underestimated the angst and anger in the body politic. And Trump, every time he tripped over himself, things happened in the environment which reminded people of why they found him as an attractive shake-up option. Plus,
the anti-establishment vote.
Plus, he benefited from his opponent.
I've long thought that Donald Trump, much like Evan Mecham back in the day, voters
former
aren't
Arizona governor.
Right. Voters aren't always honest in these public opinion polls about who they support, or maybe they're not even honest with themselves about what they're going to do when they get into the polling place or at their kitchen table to do their ballots. I've always said that there was probably an undercount of 2 or 3% for Donald Trump, that he just consistently underperforms in the polls, but the numbers are probably a little bit higher than they show. I mean, there's no way mathematically to know whether that's true. It's just a feeling. And also that feeling that you get, and I talked to several voters today who went into the polls undecided, and they're looking at those names, and they don't like Donald Trump, and they don't like Hillary Clinton, and it really comes down to this visceral last-minute decision. And maybe they would have gone with Gary Johnson, except he had that Aleppo moment, which was an unfortunate thing. You don't really want to commander-in-chief who thinks of Aleppo as a pine tree.
Well, we've got some new results coming in. We have called Proposition 206, the minimum wage and sick time measure, as passing. Again, no surprise there. We are hearing from CNN that they are calling Colorado for Hillary Clinton. That's 9 electoral votes. So Clinton appears to be inching up here in the past couple of states, being called to 131 to Trump 168. But of course, Trump still in the lead, as he has been for quite some time. So let's move to the Arizona legislature, back to local races. We have with us Paul Ulan. Thank you so much for joining us. Democrat and strategist with Primary Consultants. Thanks for coming.
Thank you for being here.
So let's talk about, we talked earlier in the show, the two kind of spotlight races in the legislature this year are state Senate seats 18 and 28. Can you talk about those two races, who's running, and what the significance is in those races?
In District 28, you have Dr. Eric Meyer, who's been in the House for 4 terms, running for the open Senate seat. You have Kate Brophy-McGee, who's been there for 3 terms in the House. 2 strong proponents of education going head-to-head. Right now, and before I came on, it looked like Dr. Meyer was slightly ahead. Those results obviously are very close, and I think in both those districts, we might not know those results tonight. In fact, I think it's going to take several days for the late earlies, for the hundreds of thousands of ballots that were dropped off in Maricopa County to be counted to figure out who actually wins that
So they
race.
may go to bed tonight nervous.
I think both are going to go to bed very nervous.
And what about in 18? Who are those candidates?
So in 18, you have Sam Bowie on the Democratic side.
Sean,
I'm sorry.
yeah, that's okay.
Sean Bowie, I'm sorry.
And
Sean
also
Bowie
Frank Schmuck.
And Frank Schmuck, both running for that seat. Schmuck had a big primary upset over Jeff Dial, where I think everybody was predicting Dial to win that seat. Right now, he's trailing that in that district a little bit, and I think that's reflective of what's going on across Maricopa County and what's going across the state.
And we're going to break in right now to just say that we hear that Trump has won Florida. That is a major state to win, and that is 29 electoral votes, so he jumps to 197. Again, he needs to get to 270 to get past 270 to win. So he has got less than 100 electoral votes to go.
But he had to have Florida, or the night was over.
Absolutely, yeah. And we were seeing assessments in recent days that saw that perhaps Clinton was going to take it. Those were some of the projections, but we see that as not the case. But let's go back to the legislature. Can you talk a little bit about Eric Meyer and Kate Brophy-McGee, their relationship in the legislature? It seems to me like they have been on the same side of a lot of issues, being both fairly moderate, fairly pro-education, child safety.
I think that depends on the direct mail pieces you read.
Right.
I live in that district, so I'm not sure. Will the real Kate Brophy-McGee and the real Eric Meyer please stand up? You're right. Generally speaking, both have been very strong proponents of K-12, of Medicaid expansion, of a lot of moderate issues, and I think that's why this election is so close. Kate comes in with the Republican voter registration edge. You saw with the early ballots. Eric Meyer was slightly ahead. He's got a very strong ground game, and I think that has shown. We've also seen a ton of outside money spent on both sides in that race.
And Democrats have really, let's just face it, Democrats have no relevance at the state capitol, just none. They were really hoping to tie up the Senate with a 15-15 tie. It's looking like that's a distinct possibility if that race goes Eric Meyer's way and Sean Bowie finishes his way, and the Democrats can hold on to Barbara McGuire's seat. What do you think the odds of that are?
Right now, feel pretty good about that. There are all those races, and don't forget Sylvia Allen and Nikki Badgley up in northern Arizona.
Is she really at risk, Sylvia Allen?
She was down earlier, although again, I remember 2 years ago when Tom O'Halloran ran as an independent in that district, and at 10 o'clock he was up by 600 or 700 votes, and at 2:30 in the morning when I looked at those results, it had flipped, and Allen was up by 1,200 votes.
So if the Democrats do take power in the Senate, and of course this is a big if,
15 Senate. I'm proud to say 16 years ago I worked with a gentleman by the name of Jay Blanchard who knocked off Jeff Grosskopf to get the Senate to 15-15.
How does that change your job as someone down there lobbying and talking to
I think it changes it changes the conversation dramatically. Obviously, it empowers a couple individuals that have swung or have been willing to cross the aisle to vote for a budget or vote for a bill, but it clearly changes the next 2 years of what the governor wants the legislature to be.
Well, and that's why he spent the money that he spent in this campaign for those candidates.
But how do you form a coalition when, to gain the 15-15 tie, you've eliminated the Republicans that might be willing to enter into a coalition?
Well, if I remember in 2000, Randall Gannett was Senate president, and I think Chris Comiskey was very involved on the Democratic side.
But you had moderate Republicans in those days who were willing to be in a coalition.
Right.
You're knocking off the Republicans that would be most likely to be willing. Are we going to be like some of these countries in the Middle East and Eastern Europe, where it's going to be forever before a government is formed?
Well, what I was going to say is Randall Gannett did run for re-election and was ostracized as being, a traitor within the party who's siding with the Democrats. So it'll be interesting to see who flips, either on the Democratic side or the Republican side.
But at least it gives the Democrats a seat at the table, whereas before they've just been totally ignored.
And
that's a good thing.
I'm just wondering how you form a coalition with the people who will have been elected.
But I think you're also going to see a pickup or two in the House, so that tightens those numbers up a little bit too. So that helps when you're looking at trying to build that coalition.
So what would be the issues that Democrats would push hardest on should they actually have a smidge of power?
I think it's K-12. I think it's the universities. I think it's healthcare. I think funding auditors at the Department of Revenue. I think you're going to see a fight over tax cuts, which I know is a priority of the governor.
Well, we're going to have to leave it right there. And, that's a good preview for January when we see the session back at the Capitol and all those budget priorities becoming big fights. Thank you so much, Paul, for joining us.
Have a good night.
And let's go to some more results. And remember that you can tweet us questions at our AZ Central Twitter account and also post questions on our Facebook Live. And so we've got here in Arizona, we've got Clinton, it appears like declining in support with about 46 to Trump's 49. Again, we already called Senate for McCain. And those congressional districts are going the same way that we've been seeing them the rest of tonight, with Martha McSally there down in Tucson leading Matt Hines. And Proposition 205, the marijuana measure, appears to be not doing too well. But there we go. Minimum wage, as we said, called for the Yes campaign. And Sheriff Joe is down about 10 points to his Democratic challenger, Paul Penzone. A little bit closer for Purcell and Fontes for Maricopa County recorders. So let's move to our last race of the night, and that is Corporation Commission. Lori, it's one of your favorites.
It is one of my favorites. Who ever thought the Corporation Commission would be a big deal?
Yeah,
but it is.
And we're going to have
you're a ratepayer.
We're going to have you explain why we should care about it. But first, let's introduce our guest, Constantine Carrard. Thank you so much for joining us. Republican strategist, grassroots partners. You have gotten so many conservatives into the legislature. You're kind of legendary down there.
That sounds nice. I appreciate that. A few more to go.
But let's talk about the Corporation Commission. Who is running? It's 3 seats that are up for grabs with 5 candidates running.
You have 3 seats, 5 candidates. There's 3 Republicans. Bob Burns, who's on the commission already. He's been there for a full term. Andy Tobin, who was just appointed in the last 12 months, so he's basically kind of his first fraction of a term, running for, I guess, can't really put re-elect on his sign. That doesn't sound right, but running for a full term. Bill Mandel is a former Republican corporation commissioner who switched to the Democrat Party to run, along with Democrat Tom Chabin. And then the 5th is Republican Boyd Dunn, who's a former mayor in Chandler, and he was a JP or a judge. He's been in the judicial branch as well, which could actually be good training for the Corporation Commission, because they largely sit almost as like the regulators sit almost in a judicial capacity, so it might be a good background.
Lori, will you tell us what the Corporation Commission does? It's a bit of a lower profile race, but why is it important?
Well,
why
they do a lot of things, but if you actually have electricity in your house, what they do is that they set the rates upon which you will base your bill. They set the amount of profit, basically, that a utility can collect. At least they set the parameters for it that leads to the amount of profit. So let's see. If you have 5 people on a corporation commission and they are deciding how much, say, an APS can make in profits versus how much you additionally will pay in bills, you might want to have a balanced corporation commission with a lot of different interests in it. If this election goes with the 3 Republicans being elected, it will not be much of a balanced commission. The question is, do voters get that? And if they do they care?
And Constantine, will you tell us what you project for this race? 2 folks have to lose. Do you think it's both going to be the Democrats, or do you see a combination of Republican and Democrats being elected?
Kind of a coin toss. Bob Burns will get elected sort of comfortably. He has a lot of name ID. Actually, a lot of his name ID is a great deal of media coverage over some of the food fights he'd had with APS over some of their alleged spending, I suppose. Ironically, sort of the fight you have going on now is sort of the APS side on one side, and then the big solar companies out of California kind of have their slate of candidates. But
explain that fight. What is that over?
You know, a lot of it has to do with net metering and how you charge for solar. The utilities that provide the electricity, they don't just necessarily provide, here's electricity, but they're also maintaining the grid, so the lines, the poles, all of that sort of thing. And so they have a bit of a fight because solar goes on your roof, and the power you don't use goes back over the grid and transfers, and you get credit for that. And then when you're short of power, the power comes back to you. And APS has long maintained that you're going to use the grid as you solar company, you're going to use the grid, you should help us pay to maintain it. Now, some of it can be a competition because, of course, solar is pretty heavily subsidized by the federal government, a little bit by the state government. APS probably feels it gives them a cost advantage, so maybe they're losing market share. So if I can increase the costs, it makes my product more attractive. If my competition's prices go up, so it's businesses doing what businesses do. It's up to these 5 regulators to sit in that judicial capacity and exercise the best judgment they can. So ironically, in this race, Bob Burns has the support of both APS and solar. They're both kind of saying, and I think in APS's case, they're saying, look, we know we've got this one thing with you on which we disagree on the strongest terms possible, but other than that, we think you do a good job. We think you're fair, you're treating the cases. Same thing with Tobin. So you have this third side. I don't think Chabin is really in the mix. It's going to come down to Mundell or Dunn. Mundell's had a lot of the solar money, but I actually give Dunn a little bit of an edge. I think he's probably losing right now, but I think as the ballots come in, I think the partisan advantage of being Republican may bring him over.
Bob, do you think voters are paying attention, or do you think they're going to, go one slate or the other?
We will soon see. But my question, and I'd be very interested in your insight on this, your opinion about it. We've had $6 million, more than $6 million spent on this election. Virtually all of it, either from the solar interests or from APS. So everything that voters know basically comes from special interests that has a stake in the outcome. Given that, do you believe that there's any hope that populist conservatives, which you probably know as well as anybody in the state, would be receptive to an appointed commission rather than an elected commission, which has been rejected by Arizona voters a couple times in the past, although not for a couple decades? Is this an example of why the only people who are going to invest in communicating about these races are people with vested interest, and so we need to take it one step removed from electoral politics?
I think you can. I think there's been a lot of publicity over the amount of spending. And look, in political terms, we think it's this massive amount of spending. They're going to spend $100 million on the U.S. Senate seat in Nevada right now. And Nevada is not that different in size from Arizona. So when you're running a statewide campaign, $4, $5, $6 million is a lot of money. I like one of those races. Somebody can call me. But relative to politics, it's not necessarily a lot of money. But again, it is
100%
exactly
of what voters know.
Exactly. And if you look at the reports, it gets really odd because a couple of the candidates are running with the clean elections, which gives you, between the primary and for the general, you get $150,000 to run statewide and communicate to 3 million. If you couldn't send a postcard to just the households that have voted in all 4 of the last 4 elections, you couldn't afford to do so. As a candidate, they don't give you enough money to communicate. So the only people who can't communicate are the regulated entities. And I think it makes a very strong case for the fact that, look, if the governor appoints the commission, what will happen is Solar and APS and all these other people will play in the governor's race, like they probably do already, but their effort will be combined with the efforts of 150 other interest groups. And frankly, for all the bad talk about special interest and interest groups, by the time you combine all of the interest groups, they represent America. Okay, I mean, everybody's got their interest group, whether you're a gun guy or a tax guy or you're on this side of the life issue or that side of the life issue. There's a group out there raising money and spending money on your views.
But that's one of the classic opponent lines.
You're
bought by special interests.
But we're all sort of members of those special interests.
Poking a hole in that argument.
Well, yeah, but to a certain degree, let the governor appoint them. Now their effort is mixed in, so it's diluted to a degree. They still have a voice in the process. They'll still have a stake in the outcome.
Does the potential of having 5 out of 5 corporation commissioners who have the stamp of approval of APS going into a year in which APS is asking for an 8% rate increase concern you at all, not as a political analyst, but as a ratepayer?
Presented that way, naturally it should. Some of those also have the stamp of approval of the solar companies, because they agree
5
on
out of
Burns.
5 of them will have APS's stamp of approval.
Sure, but I actually know personally a number of them, and I don't have any doubts that they have the ability to say, we're going to do this case by case. I mean, they sit there basically as judges. Well, again, that's why I think there's an opening to appointing. But like, one thing to remember is that these guys have nothing to do with the outside money. They have no control over it. They're legally not allowed to be any part of it. So if I have a position and I say, look, I believe that solar should pay for its share of the grid, and that earns me the support of people who agree with me and earns me the opposition of people who disagree with me, that's a natural consequence of taking a political position. That's what the campaign is going to be about. And if that's my position, I guess I'm grateful for people.
And we need to break in, with a big race. We are hearing that AP is calling the Maricopa County Sheriff for Paul Penzone, the Democrat, against Sheriff Joe Arpaio. We just heard that yelled out across the newsroom, so I believe that is what we're hearing. We also have heard that California and Oregon have been called for Clinton, and California, a big state for electoral votes. We will see those updating here on our results page shortly. So we will have to, and they're almost 10 points ahead, Penzone right now over Arpaio. Well, Constantine, we're going to have to leave the discussion right there, but thank you so much for joining us. Stick on air with us. We are going to go to some more results here in the presidential race. We've got Donald Trump winning North Carolina according to CNN, bringing his total, it looks like, past 200. And Hillary is going to go up to 197. So it is neck and neck. Wow, look at that. And the last time that we had really such a contested race, perhaps that was 2000. Are we going to see a repeat? But we are going to go to a video right now about why we have elections on Tuesday. It's a little fact trivia as we wait for more results in the presidential race.
Probably won't be able to come up with the answer. Don't worry, the truth is out there. The first election guideline came in 1788, and it was the first time federal law provided structure to national elections. It said states had to conduct elections for the 1792 race over a 34-day period. The funny thing is, George Washington ran unopposed. Seriously, he was both the nominee for Federalist and the Democratic, Republican, or really anti-Federalist parties. And election day was first formed in 1845. November was chosen because it was after the harvest was done and before winter storms started pushing in. But why do we vote on the first Tuesday after the first Monday of November? According to the book Democracy Despite Itself, Why a System That Shouldn't Work at All Works So Well, said that November 1st was a common day for people to balance their account books. So they had to avoid that. They also couldn't do weekends for religious reasons and couldn't do Wednesdays because it was a market day. So they chose Tuesday because they wanted to give people who had to travel far to reach the polls Monday to make that happen. So that's why it is the way it is. Quick, take that to the water cooler. I'm Patrick Jones for Buzz 60. Now you know, pass
So I'm
it on.
going to this camera. And
We all know that in the United
we're
States.
going to end at 9 p.m., but we're going to stay on air just because the presidential race has gotten so close, and we'd like to keep you updated on the results as they come in. So we are hearing that with California, we are expecting that Clinton will have about 245 electoral votes, and so that would bring her ahead of Trump, but still below the number to win the presidency. Let's just talk about those big swing states that we've already heard called for Trump: Florida, Ohio. I believe we had
say
North
North Carolina?
Carolina. That's right, and that's from CNN, not from AP yet, which we're really relying on to call these races, but it sounds like he's ahead there. Can a president win this election? I mean, can a candidate win this election for president without a Florida, without a Ohio?
A Democrat can. Trump needed to win Florida and Ohio, and still needs to take a normally Democratic state. Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. So the electoral map is pre-cooked in favor of Democrats. All they need to do is to hold their own. So far, Hillary Clinton is holding her own. Obviously, if she could have taken a red state, the election would be over. Trump is holding the red states, but in order to win the presidency, he needs to win a blue state at some point in time.
What do you think is his best chance? It seems to me it might be Michigan.
He thought it was Pennsylvania. I mean, he was, the last results I saw, he was up in Michigan, but my guess is that the Detroit vote wasn't yet in. He never polled closely in any of these states. So it would be what he was betting on, which is a increased turnout among white working class voters in excess of what they turned out in either 2008 or 2012. He needs that to manifest itself in some blue state somewhere.
Is it a good sign for him that some of those traditional blue states have not been called yet, that apparently they're too close?
Absolutely. At a minimum, a lot of people thought that this might be at least an electoral college blowout, and it clearly isn't. If he is defeated, it will be a squeaker, and he definitely will have held Red America together.
And so you will wake up tomorrow morning, assuming we have a president, with a deeply, deeply divided country. And I think the mandate for either one of them is, how do you bring them back together after the rhetoric of this campaign? It would seem to me a very difficult thing for Donald Trump to do, but you know, he's exceeded our expectations at every corner.
Is there a roadmap post 2000? That was a very contentious and hard-fought toss-up campaign. Are there steps that President Bush or Al Gore took to help the country come together after that, or is it impossible?
As tragic as it is to say, it was 9/11 that brought the country together. Bush was denounced as an illegitimate president by Democrats, someone who had the election stolen for him by the U.S. Supreme Court on a 5-4 partisan decision. So the country was completely divided, and it was 9/11 that brought us together. And I would say George Bush's leadership in the immediate aftermath of 9/11. It then fell apart as time progressed. Conciliation just does not seem to be in Donald Trump's wheelhouse. You have conflicting views about that regarding Hillary Clinton. Republicans who worked with her in the U.S. Senate thought that she was a constructive person and someone with whom they could work. But on the other hand, she's been a bitter partisan her entire life. Remember her attributing all of the troubles of she and her husband during his presidency to a vast right-wing conspiracy. Well, that sounds like Trumpian. That's blaming others for your troubles and saying that something is rigged.
But should she win, will you have a Congress that's willing to work with her, given how deeply divided the country is, or is it just more of the same?
I think it begins with her. If she tries to put through her agenda, and particularly if she tries to do it through regulation rather than legislation, and Republicans keep control of the Senate, and at least the results we've seen indicate that they've got a good chance of doing that, then you'll have partisan warfare from the get-go.
And yet this is the very thing that has fueled this year's discontent and anger.
The public continues to say that it is upset at the fruits of divided government, but keeps electing divided governments. But if she were to not try to advance her agenda and to say, we need a calming period, so let's figure out a way to fund the federal government without a threatened shutdown, without the Democrats putting something in the bill to embarrass Republicans, without the Republicans putting something in the bill the Democrats can never vote for. Let's try to fix some programs that we know don't work. We've got an infinite number of labor training programs, very important for upper mobility. they don't work. And they're uncoordinated, they're unconsolidated. I believe if she took that approach, she would find a willing partner in Paul Ryan, and I also think in Mitch McConnell. I mean, Mitch McConnell and Joe Biden did business during the course of the Obama administration.
Lori, you touched on this question of the Supreme Court, which is right now tied 4-4 with a vacant seat because the Senate has not been able to agree on advancing a nominee. I'm just thinking hypothetically here.
I don't know the answer.
If we get to an election that is decided by a Supreme Court, like it was essentially in 2000,
Be 4-4.
and
It would throw to the House, I believe.
If it's a legal issue, then it's whatever the lower courts decide. So a 4-4 decision leaves the lower court decision. So if you go back to 2000, the Florida Supreme Court ordered election counters to continue counting and to look at the votes that they had rejected to see whether there was a way to divine the intent of the voter. It was that lower court decision that the U.S. Supreme Court reversed. If you had a 4-4 vote on the Supreme Court, then the Florida Supreme Court's decision would have been the decision and the counting of chads would have continued.
could we see a Senate trying to push through a nominee to be a part of that vote?
Well, there's
There's all
only
kinds
one
of
nominee, and they have
Yeah.
not been willing to
Yeah.
put him on. That's
And if there's a possibility that Donald Trump can win, if the election is still in doubt, the Republicans aren't going to go forward with Obama's current nominee.
If let's go to some results here that we're hearing, and also we are bringing on our data guru and race caller, Rob Odell. Thanks for joining us. Let's just go to what we are hearing right now. We have AP confirming North Carolina for Trump. That is 15 electoral votes. From AP, we have Trump leading Michigan by about 2 points, about 48 to 46 for Clinton. In Iowa, we've got AP with Trump leading Clinton by about 1 point, 47 to 46. In Wisconsin, we have AP saying that Trump is leading Clinton by about 3 points, 49 to 46. And in Pennsylvania, AP has Clinton leading. All right, so here's a switch to the trend, Pennsylvania, with nearly 50% for Clinton, 47 for Trump. Rob, will you tell us all of the chaos that's been going on with calling races in the newsroom and what you're finding interesting from these electoral votes from these swing states that are still yet to be called and the ones that have been called?
Well, Trump's leading, obviously, in a lot of states where we weren't necessarily expecting him to be leading. Like Wisconsin, like Michigan. Pennsylvania is closer than a lot of people thought. And if she does not pick up some of those states across the Midwest, she's going to have a hard time getting to 270.
Okay. And
is there, at the national, we've been here, is there discussion of where those votes are coming from? Because in all of those states, the rural parts are likely to go for Trump, and the urban centers are likely to go for Clinton. So do we know where the votes are coming from in terms of what the future might present?
Yeah, for all the states, there were there's still votes out in the urban centers, but even that was like that in Ohio too, and the urban centers didn't close the gap in Ohio, and it still went for Clinton. And you kind of see the same thing. Like Wisconsin is especially problematic for her now. Most of the votes been counted in Milwaukee. Most of the votes about half the votes been counted when I came up here in Madison, and she's still down by 3 points.
And those would be typically fairly Democratic-leaning urban centers.
Yeah, those are hugely Democratic leading, and so if she doesn't, and she's still down 3 points as of when I came up here. So if she doesn't pick up those states, it kind of makes it hard to make a path for her to win. She could probably still win New Hampshire, Iowa, Nevada, and maybe Arizona, and still come close or win. But it gets a lot more dicey for her if she doesn't win Wisconsin and Michigan.
All right. And
it would be very strange to think of her as not winning Michigan. To me, it was very interesting and maybe telling that she had to spend her final hours campaigning in what should have been Democratic gimmies, Pennsylvania and Michigan, and yet she was having to spend her last night there. Maybe we should have seen this coming. She's had a difficult time closing the deal and making the sale with the American people. What was it that she said early on in the campaign? Why aren't I 50 points up, or something like that? And I mean, is it the politics of personality with her? Can people just not like her? I mean, she's just a difficult person to really warm up to, and voting for a president is, to some degree, an emotional thing. You want that connection with your
although
candidate.
I don't know, Trump's warm and fuzzy either.
Yeah, yeah.
But Bob, can you talk about, Clinton has spent millions in Arizona in these past couple of weeks. If she loses, is that going to be a big, dope moment for the Clinton campaign that they tried to play here rather than focusing more on some of those Democratic leaning swing states?
I don't think she will have lost because of misinvesting her money or her time or her grassroots operation. So I don't think what was put into Arizona was shorted elsewhere. And we were part of the big national Latino play. That was going to be a group that would turn out in unusually large numbers and cut decisively for her. In Arizona, at least the exit polls, and I frankly don't trust this result, but the Arizona exit poll shows the Latino vote down compared to 2012.
But does that make any sense?
In breaking about 2-1, it doesn't.
I mean,
in breaking
they
2-1,
record numbers of people registered and record numbers of people returning early ballots. It doesn't compute.
I think there's a lot of hype in these claims. If you look at what happened between 2012 and 2016, the Republican registration advantage went down, but it went down from 170,000 voters in 2012 to 150,000 voters in 2016. To me, that doesn't translate obviously the Democrats turned the tide and they reduced the disadvantage. They reduced it by even more in Maricopa County. They reduced the registration disadvantage in Maricopa County by 26,000 votes. But to me, that end result isn't compatible with all the reports that we've heard this election and we hear every election about the tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of new Latino voters that have been registered.
Rob, what else can you tell us that you've been learning as you've been watching the presidential race as well as the Arizona races? I mean, one thing I'm curious about is we just had the Maricopa County Sheriff's race called for Paul Penzone, a huge, huge upset for Joe Arpaio, the longtime sheriff and major Trump supporter. Do we have a sense that the voters going against Arpaio are still staying with Trump? Or could it be that there are votes against Arpaio and against Trump that are still coming in? What do you think about that potential vote splitting?
We were just talking about this in the newsroom. I think there is potential vote splitting, that some people cast votes against Arpaio. I don't know if it was just maybe his time or maybe the indictment or just the everything together. But I think that people might be splitting their tickets and voting against Arpaio and voting for Trump, which you wouldn't have thought before we started. But this election's turned a lot of the things we thought we know on its head.
It would epitomize the craziness of this election season if Trump wins the presidency and Joe Arpaio loses the sheriff's race in Maricopa County.
Amazing.
Don't you think that a lot of even Republicans are just sort of thinking that Sheriff Joe stayed a little too long. I mean, even if they agree with some of these policies, they're sort of sick of us being stuck in this PR mode where that's his whole thing is going on TV, and the sheriff's office seems to be in somewhat of a shambles.
Well, clearly the results show that. You could not get that result without a fairly significant crossover Republican vote in Maricopa County, given how lopsided the registration is.
And
here.
yet
You're not going to carry independents by 80%
And yet their
of the vote.
personalities are so
Pink
different.
underwear, green baloney, we're beyond that, especially when you look at this racial profiling lawsuit, and no matter what you think of the judge's decision, this is a sheriff who has admitted that he ignored the judge's court order to cut it out. You or I do that, we're going to jail. And you can't do that. There's a process. If you disagree with the judge, there's a process that you follow. It's called an appeal. You don't just ignore him. And I think that's got to offend a lot of sensibilities.
But I guess what's surprising to me is that I was saying their personalities are so similar. Trump and Arpaio are those, I'm not going to be politically correct. I'm going to speak my mind. I'm going to be, bold and kind of take no prisoners. Well, maybe take inmates, but not prisoners. So I guess I'm surprised. I figured if you like Trump, you're going to like Arpaio and vice versa.
Well, there's obvious Republican leakage in the Trump vote. He's up 3%, and with the same electorate that went for McCain over Kirkpatrick by 11%. So clearly there was some crossover Republican vote away from Trump, just not apparently enough.
You mean away from Arpaio?
No, away from Trump.
Oh,
yeah.
Right.
I mean, he's running behind the registration advantage. He's running way behind McCain.
Right.
I wonder, though, if we'll see an undervote actually in the presidential race, where you have actually fewer votes being cast for president than you do for the down ballot.
Yeah, that's definitely something for our data gurus to check tomorrow. What else can you tell us that you're learning from the counts that you've been seeing so far, Rob?
Well, one of the things I wanted to say about the sheriff's race is I think maybe also one of the reasons conservatives may have gone away from Arpaio is there's also a lot of money he's cost taxpayers over time, and I wonder if that could be part of it. You see 250 million, 70 million, all this money that it's cost. Maybe that could have had an effect as well.
Fiscal conservatives, who are voting against it.
Yeah, it's just an idea of why you would split your ticket.
Right.
Rob, given that there are somewhere in the vicinity of 350,000 additional votes to be counted in Maricopa County, do we have confidence in that result?
In the Arpaio result?
Yeah,
I think so. Just given the trends, I mean, there are going to be some races that we just can't call. I have a feeling that marijuana is gonna close up, and there's going to be so many votes outstanding, and the provisional votes in a race like marijuana tend to go for the proposition. So I think like in a race like that, you might not be able to call a race like that, but I think the Arpaio Penzone vote, that doesn't look to me like something that those outstanding votes could close it.
Can you tell us a little more about where you're seeing those votes come in, what you're looking for to be confident in calling a race?
Well, you want to see where it's trended, where the votes have come in from.
Which precincts?
Which precincts, what areas, and then how how the early votes did, because you sort of get four buckets. You have the early votes that are counted before Election Day, the Election Day votes, and then after the election you get the early votes that they haven't counted yet, and then finally you get the provisional votes. So you kind of want to look at how each of those sort of buckets performs, and if you have a strong enough sort of percentage or trend in one or both of those, you can get comfortable with calling it based on trends that you see. I tend to try to be conservative in calling them, just because everybody remembers your bad calls, not your good ones. But that's kind of what you want to look for. So if if it's 1,000 or 2,000 spread, and there's still 350,000 votes, you're not going to call that. If the trend is a lot more, like it is in the Penzone Arpaio case, you might.
So how does the Trump-Clinton race in Arizona stack up against those criteria? How solid is that 3-point lead, or is it coming from places that would suggest it might change?
Well, one of the things is we have Pima's earlies, but we're not going to get Pima's election day votes until about 3 in the morning. So I don't know that I would be comfortable calling that race with all of Pima's election day votes not coming in till overnight, and then still having the provisionals and the early ballots still to be counted. Especially because in a race like that, provisionals are going to tend to go towards Hillary. That's just the general trend. So it sort of, I wouldn't necessarily be comfortable calling that race now, and I might not be comfortable calling it later.
Well, let's go to a couple more states that have been called. And so we've got AP saying that Clinton has won Washington. That's about 12 electoral votes. We've got Fox News and MSNBC projecting that Trump will win Iowa, which is 6 electoral votes. Again, we're waiting on our AP confirmation on that. We're going to take a short break here. We'll leave these results up, and we will continue to go on this live stream for a while, talking about the possibilities in what is an incredibly tight presidential race.
That's what they're ready for. Well, let me just say, you know, as a different voice. The idea that you say,
showed in the early exit polling from Fox News throughout the primaries that even women cared about and the economy. Food on the table.
pretty amazing election night when you think about all the scenarios from the very beginning. 2016.
In 5, 4.
Well, we are back live streaming with you on AZ Central and AZ Central's Facebook as the presidential race remains nail-bitingly close. We're going to continue streaming because it is such a close race and such a historic election. We're going to continue bringing you results and analysis and a few interesting side shows that we've put together. So let's just go to some results right now. Our electoral vote tracker right now is showing Clinton at 209 and Trump at 232. And we just got, checking my phone here, we just heard that Fox News and AP have called Georgia for Trump. That is 16 electoral votes. And that was a state that has traditionally gone Republican, but that the Clinton campaign thought they might be able to win this time. So we've also got our local races going, so you can continue to see those as the count continues through the night. But let's go to Steve Benson, our political cartoonist, who's been doodling on set all night. You've come up with a bunch of drawings. Tell us what you've drawn.
It's crazy. And in honor of Donald Trump, I'm going to pour gasoline on myself and become an orange ball of flame.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, I mean, a good way to...
What's here?
Oh, okay. This is just, the dastardly doodler, the fellow that some people like to hate, just madly drawing away. But the New York Times says that there's a 95% chance that Trump will win. Well, there's a 100% chance that editorial cartoonists are all in favor of that because we could use the material. So we're going to start at the beginning.
I mean, if he loses, my sense is he's going to still remain in the picture. So you might have it both ways.
Oh, we'll have him for a long time. It took me a while to get the recipe on his hair coloration right, but then I discovered if you leave a yogurt salad out on the kitchen counter for days at a time, it turns the same color as Trump's hair.
You've tried this.
Orange and brown and yellow and gooey. And so, it's a secret recipe, me and Colonel Sanders.
Wow, good to know.
Okay,
all right,
so
what's it? This is your first one.
Right. I mean, I just warming up, listening to all you guys on set there, and I just thought that we'd go into the Trumpster-Hillary diving with Hillary along there. And
where's the dumpster? They're in a boxing ring.
Well, he's
the Trumpster.
Dumpster. But, well, you sound like my editor.
Sorry.
That's okay.
It's friendly critique.
Then, of course, we've had these horrendously long lines. We've had that experience in our own voting in the past. So the voters are frustrated by it and long lines. How about longer lies? But that is my very detailed depiction of what people look like standing in line.
So realistic.
Oh, yeah. Stick figures. It always helps. My third grade training comes to the close of the surface.
That's like when you don't have your glasses on.
Yeah,
That's
exactly
what it looks
right.
like.
Okay, Joe Arpaio. I can draw this guy from memory, usually in the middle of some kind of night sweats nightmare.
How many years have you been drawing Joe Arpaio?
I've been drawing Joe for a long time. I remember one time I saw him at a public event, and he put his hands on his hips and he said, "Steve, why do you keep on drawing me fat? I'm 150 pounds of twisted steel."
Ooh.
And then he had his staff call me, and they would want certain cartoons, and they would laminate them and put them on his office Christmas tree.
I've seen them in his office as well.
So I haven't, but now it's been confirmed
There
by a
you go.
real live reporter. Okay, so here we have Tent City, and Joe, of course, is saying lock her up like the Trumpites all do. This, I think, was Joe's final gasp before he went down in his own ball of flames tonight.
It's interesting talking about the Trump and Clinton result and you wanting Trump to win so you could draw him more. Mm-hmm. What about Arpaio? We just had the sheriff's race called for his opponent. He's out of office. Are you losing a major figure to draw?
He is fading into the sunset, and I bid him, I'll get the word out in a minute, a fond and tearful farewell. But the trouble with Arpaio is he loved this stuff. He didn't care whether you said something naughty about his mother. I mean, he just ate it up.
He liked the attention.
So after a while, I said, Joe, please, So I think toward the end, it became kind of stale, Joe. But now we've got Mr. Penzone. But,
That might give you a lot of material. We'll see.
Right now, that won't last very long. And then I was so impressed by all of you up here, acting professional and pretending like you knew something. So this way, that
Keyword,
way.
pretend.
Hey, along with the cartoonists, let me just say, so they had our line up here, and that you were all energetic and, and very informative. I mean, let's give a shout out. Come on, Rebecca, you can do a shout out.
I'm not going to applaud for myself. But our guests were amazing. In fact, we had close to 20 guests on our show tonight.
Wow.
And so, yeah, big accomplishment for AZ Central and plenty of people in the background making this happen as well.
And plenty of people watching as well.
And we're really happy about that. Continue to watch, please.
Yes. Oh, this was something that started out wrong and went south.
Wait, what went wrong?
That drawing. So,
but it looks similar to the other one.
Yeah, but it just didn't look quite right to me.
Okay.
So this was the beginning.
The
of
angle.
Yeah. It was the wrong angle. So we started all over again. And this was as, of course, Trump tonight is defying all the pundits, the pollsters, the predictors, the analysts, the professionals. And it looks like he may well pull this thing off. And so I thought I would have the Trump poll going up and the punsters one going down.
Right. So Pundit Losers is a calculator, a notebook,
right.
All of those predictions and calculations and models out the window.
All those secret notes that we take as the media when we conspire to rig the election. If you buy Trump's line. And then Trump's troopers up here flying high. Woohoo! And this is another failed attempt. We'll get to, I've never drawn droopy marijuana leaves before. So I finally got it, and when it looked like the legalizing recreational marijuana was going down, I thought, I just need a bigger droop.
And we don't have that race called yet.
We don't?
But
not yet.
But it does look like it is lagging the opposition.
Okay. The weed is lagging.
Wilted weed. All right.
Wilted weed. Weed the people, as we like to say. And then Penzone, of course, we...
You're back to Arpaio.
Arpaio. I mean, you just can't let a good thing go without a, one final, send-off. But Penzone, pulled it off, and Arpaio, I think... I don't know, what would... This is what makes Arizona so interesting, because it's so unpredictable. Everybody considers us to be a traditional conservative state, and yet, we approved of medicinal marijuana, and we have a kind of a vibrant influx of people from other places, and so we're not easily, targeted in terms of identifying.
Right, it's hard to define an Arizona voter. Yeah, we're so diverse. What's he saying here?
Oh, he's saying I should have pulled you over, in an illegal traffic stop, which is what got him in trouble in the first place, which has now led to criminal contempt charges, that have been imposed by the feds on Sheriff Joe for allowing his deputies to racially profile Hispanic drivers in violation of the law.
All right.
Okay, it looks like this was drawn like 20, 30 minutes ago, but now it looks like, he may win by a hair or by a bouffant or whatever, I don't know. But the tortoise and the hare here, she was, it's been nip and tuck all night long, and who knows where it's going to go. But, and then of course the minimum wage issue here in Arizona. I mean, what would you do if you're a kid who's making like, $8 an hour? What is it now?
It's about 8.
Yeah, it's going to go up to 12, and then up to maybe 15 if you live in Flagstaff. So how can I help you? That is, after you raise my pathetic minimum wage. Look, folks, if you give kids more money in their pockets, they will spend more money. That is called the multiplier effect. I know this because I took econ in college. Neener, boo-boo.
But you didn't put a price sign with those prices rising as the opponents predict.
Okay, prices may rise, but then, so what? You'll be getting more consumers buying your stuff with the money that comes from a rise in the minimum wage.
All right.
That's how I...
So you're pro minimum wage raising. Okay. You didn't do someone with the Kleenex who, gets to stay home now with the sick time.
Oh, yeah.
That's another part of the proposition.
Yes, but the Kleenex lobby is so strong.
Such a special interest.
And then finally, of course,
and we're back to your self-portrait.
Yeah, sorry about that. But anyway, I hope you all have enjoyed tonight. I hope you've enjoyed our coverage. I think we've had a real professional staff here. I was paid to say that, and I will continue to say that, and even draw it.
We're going to go to results for now. We'll come back with some more commentary and more results in just a bit.
she still had And I remind you that Hillary Clinton in the pre-polling in the primary against Bernie Sanders was up 8 to 12 points across the board, and he stunned her in that state.
And Michigan's notorious for bad polling, for polling that's bad.
Depending on how this turns out, the Clinton team may agree with that.
And they will start their own recriminations probably in about 30 seconds. Hammer, thanks.
You bet.
Brett?
There are some sad faces at the Hillary Clinton campaign headquarters, some people crying, stone-faced. They can't believe it. And we're back with our panel, Britt Hume, Chris Wallace, Karl Rove, Chris Stirewalt, Joe Trippi, and Tucker Carlson. Chris, we were talking about Michigan upstairs, but frankly, Minnesota's.
Well, she's got to draw to the inside straight. And I mean, this is basically every election, you play the game. We'll click this, we'll flip that. Northern tier, she's got to get Arizona, she's got to do it all. Now, she can do it, but right now, Minnesota looks really hard for her. And we identified Minnesota early on in this campaign as a place that could be good for Trump if he could get these independents. This is Jesse Ventura country. If he can get these blue-collar white voters to come in for him, Minnesota could be good, and it's looking good for him.
Joe Trippi, she has to win in Michigan and New Hampshire, both places she lost in the primary.
Yeah, no, Chris is right. You look at this, Minnesota, Michigan might come back. Trump's ahead there right now. But Minnesota's looking at that may be the tougher thing for her to pull off.
Mondale's revenge.
There. And then I've been talking about New Hampshire all night long. I thought she's going to have to win there to do this.
So what is your thought right now? I mean, what you came into the night pretty confident.
Yeah, no, I'm surprised, and yeah, you know, never. I thought.
Are heads exploding with people you're talking to, or what's happening?
No, I think most people. It wasn't that they thought that she was going to blow him out or anything, but they thought there was no path or very tough for him to get to 270, and that was her protection. You know, with all the flaws and everything else, they thought that was going. I thought too.
She's now where we thought he was.
Right, exactly. It's totally flipped. That's the shock is it's not that she doesn't have a path to 270, but she's now the one that has to thread the needle. And when you look at the states and you look at these counties that are out, and you look at what's going on, particularly Minnesota, that may be the place that if she doesn't make it, it may be because of Minnesota, actually.
Oh yeah.
Karl Rove.
I came into tonight thinking that he could sweep, but probably wouldn't sweep Ohio, North Carolina, and Florida. But in Wisconsin, we made a run at that state twice. Came within 5,500 votes in 2000.
Talk about that for a second. The lack of what was perceived as a lack of a ground game with the Trump campaign. The RNC had a ground game in a lot of these states. Hold on.
Yeah.
And he was criticized by a lot of people, a lot of election experts who said, this is a nothing campaign. He's not spending enough money. He's not running ads, but he was doing free media, bouncing around the country, and he ran the inside straight.
Well, if he winning Wisconsin, he ought to thank two people, Governor Scott Walker and Speaker of the House Paul Ryan, because they have built in that state a political machine through Walker's races that extends from the top to the bottom and is better organized than probably any state in the country. They have every precinct covered. They have all the people. They have all the technology. They have all the enthusiasm and all the leadership, and they've executed. If I were Sean Hannity, I would not be recommending that if Donald Trump wins the presidency, the first thing he does is pick a fight with the House of Representatives and try and get Paul Ryan out. Paul Ryan is probably one of the big reasons why he carried Wisconsin tonight. And not only that, but a newly elected president does not need to start by opening up a civil war with the legislative branch of his party.
Did that machine, because we know that in Wisconsin he got a terrible shellacking in the primaries from Ted Cruz, and all of that machine was working against him in the primaries, and talk radio was working against him. Did they all fall in line and work full out for him?
No, look, talk radio was, to put that aside, because that's not under the control of the party leaders. But yeah, absolutely, because they understood too.
Paul Ryan didn't even campaign with
them.
Well,
exactly. No. Let me finish. Yeah, he did. He spent. What do you think he spent? Let me finish. Last weekend, where do you think Paul Ryan was? He was stumping the state in a bus tour, saying, "Vote for the Republican ticket." Donald Trump, Ron Johnson, Mike Gallagher.
But he did refuse to. Carl, you got to
look, Donald Trump. Look. Sure, he didn't campaign with him. He campaigned on behalf of the House of Representatives around the country, raised $50 million.
All right, but hold on, Carl. Look, I'm not arguing against Paul Ryan. I think he's in a very tough spot. I think he's an honorable guy, and I think he'll do his best to accommodate this new world. But it is a grotesque overstatement to say he is responsible for Donald Trump's winning Wisconsin. I mean, that's just
if the ground game was
mocking
essential.
Trump. He was making the point very clearly, crystal clear, that he thought that Trump was kind of morally indefensible, which is, that's a real point. But I'm just saying you can't say he's responsible. This happened in spite of the wishes.
You think the tape, the Access Hollywood tape, is morally defensible?
I'm not saying that at all.
Okay,
time out. If the Republicans are winning tonight,
and despite that,
I want to go back to the discussion.
Paul Ryan's put his shoulder to the wheel.
Hey, can I get a flag? Something?
Let's be honest.
Hold on.
Trump won in spite of the desires of people who hold office.
The reason why we're here is, one, Donald Trump hit a chord with people who were fed up with Washington.
Absolutely.
Two, Hillary Clinton did not mobilize the President Obama's coalition. She underperformed in African Americans. Can we say that tonight?
Well, that's definitely true, but the other side of that was
they were never vote that was supposed to be...
They were never going to the African Americans were never going to turn out at the rate they turned out for the first African American president in history. That wasn't going to happen. It's clearly, look, there's two things that actually, I'll tell you what really interested me in the exit poll. There's a question in there that asked, do you want to continue President Obama's policies? Do you want to undo all of his policies, or do you think we should the country should go in a more liberal direction than Obama? You know what fascinated me? It was a majority chose continue his policies or get more liberal, and 22% of the people who said get more liberal voted for Trump. Right. That's an amazing.
There is the Bernie Sanders vote that we never thought was going to vote for Donald Trump.
Right.
But
so that's why I say it may not be that Latinos are trying to make, are turning out higher and building a gap. But when you look at the exit numbers, the fascinating thing is, did progressives actually, were there those people who actually voted for Trump? And I'm not blaming, I'm just saying that's a number I'd like to get into.
Last word, really quickly.
Really quickly, it's pretty clear what happened, or what's happening, which is there were two models for this electorate. One of them included a lot of downscale white voters, a lot of blue-collar white voters who were going to storm to the polls and do it. They did it.
I have one disagreement with this. We got two candidates here who together are 95% of the electorate. We have the highest percentage of third-party votes that we have had since 1996.
She loses Michigan, she can call Jill Stein.
And what's happening is we are having
that's a great point.
We are having some white voters who might otherwise be found in the camp of the Democrat or the Republican, who are saying a pox on both of their houses, I'm moving in to the third party.
And you can see that in that answer.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we are now at 254 electoral votes for Donald Trump, 209 for Hillary Clinton. We are monitoring both campaign headquarters, and we are watching the results from some key states after this.
Lobbying is about foresight, about anticipating your opponent's moves and devising countermeasures.
How does she manage that?
Our system is rotten, and I will fight to change it.
You can't possibly win this.
Start an inquisition.
I've used whatever resource I have. You crossed the line.
You know the word annihilate? It means reduce to nothing.
It's about making sure you surprise them, and they don't surprise you.
Miss Sloan, rated R.
I spy something that starts with M. Mickey!
The 2017 Mitsubishi Outlander, one of America's safest crossovers, well equipped for under $24,000. Get up to $3,000 cash back on select models during the Mitsubishi Motors holiday sales event.
Our eyes, they have a 200-degree range of sight, which is good for me. Hey! And bad for the Barclay twins.
Take care of all your most important parts with Centrum, with our most vitamin D3 ever.
As I went walking, I saw a sign. And on the sign it said, "No trespassing." But on the other side, it said nothing. That side was made for you and me. I've roamed and rambled, and I followed my footsteps to the sparkling sands of her diamond deserts. And all around me, a voice was sounding. This land was made for you and me. This land is your land. Esta tierra es mía. This land was made for you and me.
Awesome website. There is no other candidate that's more affordable or worthy of your hard-earned trust. So come on, America. Give that huge idea of yours a piece of the online American dream today with GoDaddy.
Get your .com domain for just 99 cents for the first year. GoDaddy.com.
Welcome back, everybody, here to America's election headquarters. Fox News in the center of the world, just down the street from another part of the world. Trump HQ, which is at the Hilton, steps from here. Hillary Clinton's headquarters for the night, which is at the Javits Center further downtown. And we are told that Donald Trump is now on his way over to the Trump headquarters, which will come as great news to the people who've been standing there all night and seeing the mood shift from concerned, a little worried, to downright jubilant, and of course exactly the opposite over at Clinton campaign headquarters. Just a little bit of color for you. David Plouffe, who helped get Barack Obama elected twice, has been saying all along that he really felt that the Electoral College advantage for her would ensure her victory tonight, and of course he wasn't the only one saying that. But he just tweeted out something interesting saying, "Never been as wrong on anything in my life. Still a beating heart in Wisconsin and the two congressional districts." Presumably, this before we call. Presumably, he means either Michigan or this was before.
Nebraska.
But it was at 12:02 a.m. But sobriety about what happened tonight is essential. Sobriety about what happened tonight is essential, and we're hearing that more and more already from commentators about how people need to get real about the projections and the misreading of the electorate.
Let's bring in our panel. Britt Hume, Chris Wallace, Karl Rove, Chris Stirewalt, Joe Trippi, Tucker Carlson, and we welcome Martha McCallum. Chris, perhaps the person who is most unhappy about this moment and this Electoral College vote total that we see now is on the second floor of the White House. The legacy of President Obama, the Affordable Care Act that will be repealed and replaced, the Iran nuclear deal that essentially was an executive deal that can be torn up, the legacy of the 44th president of the United States is truly at 254 electoral votes in jeopardy.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, we saw both Barack and Michelle Obama campaigning so fiercely for Hillary Clinton over the last couple of months, and especially in the last week, excuse me. And yes, I'm sure he's made his peace with Hillary Clinton, but he was campaigning for himself because he knew the only way to preserve the legacy, all the things you talk about that are now up for grabs, trade, the Iran deal, the whole foreign policy, Obamacare, climate change, all of those issues Trump was diametrically opposed to the Obama policy. There's another thing here, and I would love to ask Carl about it because he'll have the historical fact. 8 years ago, when Obama was elected, he got a filibuster-proof majority in the Senate and a huge majority in the House. He had all of Washington under his control. Now, it looks like if he's the president, if he's elected president, and this is what I'm going to ask Carl, when was the last time, because it didn't happen under Reagan, didn't happen under either of the Bushes, when's the last time that a Republican president had a both-house Republican Congress?
1928.
1928?
Wow.
So Eisenhower never had it either? Wow.
That's incredible.
Never
Think
had the
about
House,
that.
he had the Senate.
You know, picking up, though, on Brett's point, the executive orders, Brett, one after the other, and the seizing of executive power.
You add up all the executive orders and all the regulations that were imposed that were simply done by executive authority.
By pens and phones.
Exactly, by his pen and by his phone. It is an enormous amount. And Trump has promised to just pull them all back. That could have as much of an impact as anything he can do, particularly early on, because these are things that can be done with the stroke of a pen.
And on the flip side, though, Britt, on the flip side, these Democrats who defended it and had no problem with a strong executive wielding his pen and his phone in that way, may feel very differently about it when it's Donald Trump's pen and phone.
Of course they will. And one other thing that might be worth pointing out tonight is you got two Republican Senate candidates who moved away from Trump conspicuously. Joe Heck in Nevada and Kelly Ayotte in New Hampshire. They're both in trouble. It didn't end up helping them in those cases. And I think that's an interesting point.
We've also got the Supreme Court. It's a 4-4 tie, and we thought that, you know, you had the Merrick Garland nomination.
Yeah, that's gone.
Well, that's right. And now you've got not only the one that will determine the balance of the court, but you've got some older Democrats like Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who I suspect probably thought, well, I can wait, and during Hillary Clinton's term I can retire, and Stephen Breyer, and, you know, this could become a dramatically different Supreme Court.
Martha, we want to bring you in. Bill Burton, by the way, on his Twitter account, my country is a different place than I thought it was when I woke up this morning.
You're going to hear a lot of that. This is a stunning, stunning night, if indeed it looks like the outcome is what it appears to be. And let me just point out a couple of interesting small exit poll details that we haven't looked at yet that I think are revealing. So for people who said neither one of these presidential candidates is qualified to serve in this office, for that sliver, they went for Trump 69%. Okay, so for people who were disgusted with their options, 69% of them went for Donald Trump. How about this one? Neither presidential candidate has a temperament to serve in the White House. Neither one. Of that sliver who said that, 70% of them went for Donald Trump. And 11% went for Hillary Clinton. So for the people who, and there were a fair amount of them, didn't like either candidate, and they had to pull the trigger, and they had to make a choice, they went for Donald Trump. And, you know, you think about Donald Trump standing on that stage saying, you know, why not give it a try?
You got nothing to lose.
You got nothing to lose, right? And when you think about, and I'll bring it up again, the Mitt Romney model or John McCain model of the other Republicans who have run and lost, he outdid those voters with working class whites, with black voters, with Hispanic voters. And a few more people identify as Republicans.
Tucker, he also did it with evangelicals.
That's right.
I think we're going to see more evangelical vote, I think, that we've seen since back in 2004.
For sure. I'm struck by the division. So of people who voted for Hillary Clinton, according to the first poll we got tonight, 97% said that a Trump win would be, quote, scary. 97%. Yeah. So it's not just Hillary who's in mourning tonight. It's the entire Democratic Party. It's virtually every corporate CEO. It's every director of every big bank. It's every hedge fund manager. It's almost every elected official in Washington. It's every lobbyist. It's every pollster. It's the entire, I'm serious, it's the entire world that we live in. Every person's looking up and saying, you know, what is this? They didn't understand the country they presided over. Will they accept him as a legitimate president? I think that's a real question if he wins.
And a serious question about that is, as you can see with these popular vote totals, as Joe and I were talking about before, so the conversation for a long time was, would Donald Trump accept the result of the election? Would he say it was rigged? Well, there's a good question that's cooking up for Hillary Clinton supporters tonight,
exactly,
which is, if Donald Trump wins an election.
Well, we are back. Rebecca Sanders, political reporter at the Arizona Republican, azcentral.com, and hosting this show along with my colleagues, columnist Lori Roberts and columnist Bob Robb. And we're going to stay live as this presidential race comes down to the finish in what it appears to be it has been a fairly neck-and-neck affair most of the evening, but now we see Trump really pulling ahead. And the main swing states that we're really looking to see who gets them is Pennsylvania, also I believe Michigan. Right. New Hampshire. Those could be make or break for this race.
Well, as I understand it, he is 16 electoral votes away from a win.
Right.
He's only going to need one of them.
Right.
She pretty much has to run the table in order to get there.
And we had, let's see, since we were on air last, we've got, let's see, Nevada being called by the Washington Post for Clinton. We've got Trump edging ahead of Clinton in Pennsylvania with 90% reporting. That was CNN a while ago. Yeah,
but it was
very close. Just a tiny bit.
2,000 votes.
Absolutely. We've got AP, which has called Iowa for Trump, and then we also had Utah for Trump from AP, which is that one's an interesting one to me because there was this question a few weeks ago: would Mormons vote for Trump since the polling was showing a big opposition to him? And could a third-party candidate like an Evan McMullin take that state? What do you think, Bob? Are you surprised that Utah went for Trump?
I wasn't, because the polls indicated that in advance. Perhaps the only thing the polls got right going into this election. One of the phenomenon that occurred was Trump solidifying the Republican vote. He was, through most of the campaign, had about 15 to 20% of the Republican vote that wasn't willing to commit to supporting him. And all the indications were, as we got close to the election, that Republican vote came home. To explain these results, I've got to believe that he also succeeded in increasing the turnout among white working class voters, particularly in the Midwest, which was his strategy all along. Poo-pooed almost universally across the board, but it's hard to believe these results without believing that he, without investing time, money, or resources, won the turnout battle. He did better in turning out, increasing the turnout among white working class voters than Clinton did in trying to maintain Obama levels of turnout among young people and minorities.
And why do you say that? Because what we're seeing is Rust Belt states that he's doing well in.
Right.
That's where you're getting the white working class demographic supporting him.
He was in the polls losing these states by a healthy 4 to 6 percentage points. He was never ahead in any of them. And even if he ends up losing them, to have come this close, there has to be change of heart or an electorate that doesn't reflect what pollsters anticipated. And I think it was probably a little bit of both, that you had Republicans coming home, and I think we will find out that you did have a measure of success in increasing turnout among white working-class voters.
It will be interesting to me to see what the turnout actually was for millennials and for Latinos, both of which should have broken very strongly, across the nation for Hillary Clinton. These results in so many states where it's so close indicates to me that they did not quite turn out as expected. I mean, and in a way, maybe it is expected that they don't do the expected, but I really thought that this was going to be the year that we would see them, certainly in Arizona and elsewhere, and I'm very anxious to see, did they actually turn out? Could she make the sale?
And in the millennial vote, there was talk that perhaps there was a greater percentage supporting Clinton, but the enthusiasm perhaps wasn't there.
In the early ballots in Arizona, those under the age of 34 were only 15% of the overall early ballot votes. Those over 65 were 37%.
One wonders what it would have looked like if Bernie Sanders had been on the ballot instead of Hillary Clinton.
Well, I was sort of secretly rooting for that. I just thought it would be delicious to have one candidate running on the basis that billionaires are the problem with the country and we got to do something about it, and a billionaire saying, you should elect me because I'm a billionaire. That would have been a rich
well, it's
and both
popular. Very interesting to see a billionaire as the working man coming out to he's their hero. So
there's an infinite number of ironies in this election.
We've got a few more results here to go over. Here in Arizona, we are still waiting to have the state called for the presidential race, but as of some minutes ago, Trump was ahead by 59,000 votes over Clinton, with about 63% of precincts reporting. We've got...
although I don't think we have... That's of precincts reporting same-day results.
Correct. We still have
there's
many
also,
early ballots left.
I mean, my guess is that there's still 1 million votes in Arizona yet to be counted. There's about 1.7 million that have been counted. And applying 2012 turnout rates to the total registration in 2016, I was anticipating 2.6 to 2.7 million total votes, and we're at 1.7. So there's still, I believe, a awful lot of votes out. Pima County, same-day results are lagging behind, so that would be Clinton territory, but there's 350,000 early ballots that weren't counted and early ballots that were dropped off same day in Maricopa County. I think there's probably somewhere around 600,000 votes in Maricopa County yet to be counted.
We've also got, let's see, the AP has called Nevada for Clinton, so that's 6 electoral votes. We may have mentioned that before. Also, CNN is reporting that Clinton is taking the lead in New Hampshire, which is 4 electoral votes. Not that many, but still crucial in a contest like this. We also are hearing in other races that the Republicans have clinched their majority in the U.S. House of Representatives. That was expected since they've held a majority for quite a number of years now. And we've got Massachusetts approving legalizing marijuana from NBC. We're still waiting to hear about Arizona's marijuana legalization measure, which appears to be losing, but it has not been called yet. What we do know, and probably the biggest race of the night that has been called in Arizona, is Sheriff Joe Arpaio, losing after 20-odd years in office to Democrat Paul Penzone. And we were at the Democratic Party event here in downtown Phoenix where Paul Penzone gave his acceptance speech. Let's go and hear what Penzone had to say.
I am a blessed man. I have a beautiful family, and I'm surrounded by people who care about this community and fought for this community. So for that, I thank you. After the 2012 election, I can't tell you how many times I was approached and asked, "Are you going to run again?" And I'd say the same thing over and over. I don't think so, but I never say never. And then when I announced to run, some of my opponent's supporters came to me and said, "Sheriff can't be beaten." You know what I said? Never say never. I want to thank you all for what you've done, because we've made a statement across the nation. Arizona stands for something greater, that no matter where we come from or what we look like or what our beliefs are, we're all entitled to respect. And in that same vein, I want you to understand that I came from a law enforcement background, and I pursued this because I want to restore that respect, that transparency, and that confidence to the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office, because the men and women in the uniforms there deserve it, and this community deserves it. We will no longer stand for the things that we've seen, where the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office has been identified because the notoriety of one. You will now know a sheriff's office who is appreciated because of the sacrifices of many.
And we are hearing that Arpaio, who has relished the limelight in elections past at the Arizona Republican Party event in downtown Phoenix, will not appear and will not give a speech as he faces his loss. That is unusual.
It's unusual and it's unfortunate because he has served 6 terms, and a lot of those Republicans who were at that party, that watch party, worked pretty hard for him over the years, and not to even come and address them, it's just kind of sad in a way. I mean, I guess I understand his disappointment, but surely he saw this day coming. Again, in 2012, he won with 50.66% of the vote. He's had not the greatest of 4 years since then. I don't know where he thought he was going to pick up the extra votes. Every year his numbers go down. It seems to me he should have seen this one coming from a mile away.
Bob, this means big changes ahead for the sheriff's office, presumably. Management changes, a new direction. Talk about what happens on November 9th.
I think under Arpaio, a malicious corporate culture developed, and Paul Penzone is going to have a monumental task in taking that department and making it a professional law enforcement agency. The rot is deep. I think it goes down to the street cop level. I think Penzone's a good man. He has good public presentation skills. He needs to bring in a highly competent chief operating officer. And turning around a corporate culture is really, really difficult.
After almost a quarter century?
Well, in any enterprise. So I don't envy the task that Penzone has. I think he will be dedicated to trying to make it happen. But I'm hoping he understands how monumental it is and the kind of skills that he needs to bring on his management team in order to make that happen. Now, at the same time, he inherits all of the oversight that Judge Snow has imposed on the department. That doesn't go away just because Arpaio goes away. And an awful lot of those orders involve micromanaging what should be management decisions and handcuff what senior management can do, particularly in disciplinary actions. In essence, the court monitor and another appointee of the judge is the final decision maker in disciplinary matters. I'm not sure that it's good for Pinzone to be handcuffed in effectuating change in that department.
You probably want to be in a position when you're taking over a long-standing culture to be the one to call the shots.
Yes.
And yet, if you're hamstrung on that, then it makes it even more difficult to set the vision and the direction you want.
He's going to have to make some tough budget calls, too. Sheriff Arpaio has been unwilling to consider closing Tent City, which is sort of his baby, and it is half full. Some of the jails are half full. The case has been made that you could close that down, save $8 million, put those inmates in with the inmates in the brick and mortar jails. He's got some tough decisions there to make too, but I think that he'll have a lot of backup from the Valley's police agencies, which have been sort of divorced from the sheriff's office in recent years, and I think that you will see that change as well.
And let's go to the presidential race just briefly. We're still waiting on some key states to be called. Just 9 states are left. And Clinton is at 215 electoral votes, Trump at 244. So really we need to see a lot of these 9 states that are outstanding, which include Arizona, to be called for Clinton for her to make up this ground.
Maybe
and
Arizona will be the state that puts the next president over the top.
Oh my goodness, that would be crazy.
Arpaio can get a job in the administration. Governor Brewer she can become the spokesman. I mean, it's going to be great.
Yeah, well, we've seen Arizona folks going to Washington before, and yeah, I mean,
wonder how long the treasurer, Jeff DeWitt, will remain the treasurer. He was the chief COO, chief operating officer, I think, of the Trump campaign. Theoretically, he's also the state's full-time treasurer. You have to wonder what job he gets in the administration and how long until he vamooses out of the state capitol. In which case, Governor Ducey, I guess, would appoint a new treasurer.
Although DeWitt, didn't really help his cause when he put out an email today incorrectly telling Trump supporters polls were open until 9 p.m.
After having in the primary incorrectly telling voters that independents could vote in our presidential preference.
Right,
poll.
but details.
But the CEO is supposed to be the detail guy.
Let's go to a few other races. We've got AP calling for Congress. Tom O'Halloran, the Democrat in the Northern Arizona District 1. I believe we also have McSally, who's been Representative Martha McSally, the Republican in Tucson, who's been called as the winner in a reelection. Let's see what else. Let's go to let's go back to the Arpaio. Now we've got CNN reporting that Trump is up in New Hampshire, so it's bouncing back and forth. Let's go to a statement here. So Arpaio did not speak to the Republican Party, the state Republican Party event tonight, but he did release a statement. He says, it has been an honor and a privilege to serve the people as Sheriff of Maricopa County for the last 24 years. Tonight, the people have spoken, and while Ava, his wife, hard work and dedication of every employee of my office, their selfless and tireless dedication in protecting and serving the people is to be greatly admired. What's interesting to me about this race is thinking also about where does Arpaio go after this. Laura, you kind of joked.
Go enjoy your life. Come on.
Well, and so I was going to say I've been following him on the campaign trail, and he jokes about this. I mean, you got to give the guy, he has a good humor, and he said everything from well, on November 9th, I'm going to go down there and file papers to run in 2020, to maybe I'll take a cruise, to, well, maybe I'll tour Mexico and give speeches. So,
my impression is that he will mourn the loss of the office because it very much is who he is, the sheriff, but he will come to grips with the fact that he's no longer the sheriff, and so that part of my life is done, and he'll move on, and I hope have a happy and healthy next few years.
Enjoy life in Fountain Hills and
enjoy the grandkids. You know, kiss your wife. Life goes on.
Bob, could you see him becoming a commentator?
No, I mean, Joe has slowed, so he's not as sure-mouthed as he used to be. So I don't see him having a future as a commentator, and I hope he will do what Lori suggested. An awful lot of these people, and one of the reasons why they run when they're 84, is that they do define themselves by the office they hold. And
we see that with McCain, I'd say.
That is, I mean, what is McCain going to do if he's not in the U.S. Senate? He's not going to putter around the house or
play golf,
tend to the garden. It's a little different because he retains his energy. The man's always been 20-some years older than me, and I've never been able to keep up with him at any point in time.
His mother's still kicking around, and she's well over 100.
And he is a national leader, so it's a little different. I mean, he and the plate before him constantly changes based upon the issues and world affairs and national policy debates. For Arpaio is just doing the same thing over and over again, and I fear that it may be a sad end. I hope not. I hope that he has the perspective that Lori suggested, but I fear that he might not.
He's got a wife who loves him. She's been through a health scare of her own. I hope that he has that perspective, and I actually believe that he will come to have it. He may not have it tomorrow or the next day, but I wish him well.
And there may be some kind of consultancy in a Trump administration if it occurs.
Homeland Security Chief.
All right, well, we are going to bring in some new guests, so Bob and Lori, just stick around with us offset, and we'll bring you back on later as we come back to more analysis, but we are going to bring on now Rob Odell and Ron Hansen, who have been helping us with projections all night, as well as just in the presidential, but also in the local races. Let's go back, and we're looking at some of these races still yet to be called, including these state Senate seats, District 18 and 28, still just right neck and neck there. But here in Arizona with the presidential race, Trump's remaining ahead. And let's see, we've already got that congressional seat called. And another congressional seat for the Republicans. So those swing seats that we thought might be toss-ups in Arizona are kind of being cemented by the parties. And we've also got, let's see, the minimum wage has been called. And we're going to bring you guys in for some fresh perspective on what is still this this presidential race that has not been called yet. What are you guys seeing back in the newsroom as you're digging through the data?
Well, first off, I'm not sure how fresh anything is at this point, but right now it looks very likely that Donald Trump will be elected president. It's hard to come up with the scenarios where Hillary Clinton can rescue the night.
Can you walk through us what shows us that Trump is on that path?
Well, I think the most important thing, Rob, at least from my perspective, is that if you look at the battlegrounds that we all expected walking into the night, you're talking about places like Florida, North Carolina, Ohio. These are traditional battlegrounds. And the fact is, she has lost, pretty much every competitive state on the map. there are still states like Wisconsin, which is just crucial now for her. This is a state that has voted Democratic every election since 1984. She is behind, at least at last glance, in Pennsylvania, a state that has voted Democratic every election since 1988. She must carry those states, plus carry New Hampshire, and if she doesn't, that's when you have to fall back to Arizona as being the firewall, a state that really is not a blue state by any definition.
And which she's losing in Arizona at this point.
And right now she's actually closer in Arizona than she is in Wisconsin, which is kind of shocking. I mean, if you started tonight and said she was going to lose Pennsylvania, I mean, everybody would have said she was going to lose, and right now she is losing Pennsylvania, which, like Ron said, hasn't gone. I mean, it used to be a swing state, but it hasn't been a swing state for 16 years. And so when that's your performance, I mean, there's just not a lot of ways where she can make this happen now.
Right. Let's just remind our viewers we are going to be taking questions from the audience if you'd like to ask us for more detail, whether on the presidential race or any of the Arizona races. So you can tweet us at AZ Central or go onto our Facebook Live feed and comment to us. Remind us the states that are outstanding we've got about 9 states outstanding.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much they've been formally called or not. One of the things that you have to assume if you're Hillary Clinton is that you carry Michigan, for example. She was behind in that state all night. It's still close, and Wayne County, which is the heart of the populous areas of Michigan, there were still significant votes out on that. So, and her deficit wasn't insurmountable there. So you still have to start with the assumption that she wins Michigan if she's going to win. You also have to assume, though, that she's going to win Pennsylvania, which now had slipped away. And depending on what areas are left, she may not be able to overcome that loss. Then you're left with things like, well, she has to carry Wisconsin, or if she doesn't, she must carry Arizona. She has won Nevada, but without carrying New Hampshire, the map just becomes desperately impossible for her. I mean, there's still Alaska, for example, but Democrats don't win that. One other joker in the deck is the so-called faithless elector in Washington State. There's one elector who actually casts the votes that really count for determining the president, who has said, I'm not voting for Hillary Clinton. Well, Washington State voted for Clinton tonight, but if that person were to follow through, there are a lot of different scenarios that can get you to 269, 269. That would throw the election to the House of Representatives, which is staying in Republican hands. Given the tide of everything, there's just no way you can imagine that the House, as it's currently composed, would vote for Hillary Clinton over Donald Trump.
Was this, a Clinton, a Democratic Party trying to defy history? I mean, we have had 8 years of a Democratic president and seeking another term. I mean, that's fairly unusual in presidential history.
It is fairly unusual, but I think it's about other things other than that. Obviously, some of it is a referendum on Clinton herself. I think coming up short in Florida just hurt her tremendously. Trump won a lot of older, whiter states. She won a lot of more diverse, younger states. Florida would fit more in that, and she lost by 1 point. And she was coming to Arizona even 2 weeks ago, thinking that she could pick up this state. It seems to me like, hindsight's 20/20, but it seems to me that she should have just planted herself in Florida and said, I'm not leaving here, and I'm going to come away with Florida. Because if she would have come away with Florida, she might have won. But I mean, she's still behind in Pennsylvania, and there was no scenario, where she was going to lose Pennsylvania and win the presidency. So I think it's a referendum on her. Certainly, and also, we were talking about this in the newsroom. The strategy of focusing on older, whiter voters seemed to have worked for this year, rather than we heard about this Latino surge that was going to happen in Florida, that was going to happen here, and I don't know that we've seen that, and we have seen the states that are older and whiter go for Trump.
Anything to add, Ron?
Well, I want to get second that last point. This is crucially important, that Democrats have turned states like Colorado and Virginia into blue states in the last several cycles, and that held true again tonight. That's in large part because of the demographic shift toward more highly educated, more diverse racially and ethnically. But the fact is that the old formula, the old diehard sort of appeal to the white vote, appeal to the masses, the middle class kind of thing, that really seems to have carried the night in the states that still carry the most electoral clout. And that is devastating for Democrats. For Republicans, it sort of ratifies the entire Trump approach that, hey, this is, let's go back to what used to work. And so this is an election that I think no matter how it turns out, even if Hillary were to pull it out at this point, you'd have to say Democrats have to go back to the drawing board. And it's also, I'm sure, in many ways, a vindication for Bernie Sanders.
Well, we are going to take another break, but we are first going to go to video we've got of John McCain. Sorry, we don't have video of John McCain. All right, we're going to go to a break and keep showing you results, and we will come back when we've got more states called.